Good evening, everyone. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I'd like to welcome everyone. It's a full house. And I'd like to thank the church, Family of Christ Lutheran Church, for allowing us to use this venue. We are currently at capacity. So if you did we lose? Oh, okay. If you are finished and leave, they will let new people in at the time, and that is church security handling that. Please bear with board members. If you can't tell, there is a delay in our speaking. Also, please be reminded, this is a Board of Trustees business meeting with public input, and we are looking forward to your input, but we hope to keep this meeting respectful and moving forward. Before the public hearing portion of this meeting, we will review how the public meeting will be run. With that said, we'll get the meeting started. I call to order this regular meeting of the Monument Board of Trustees, Monday, August 16th, 2021. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Hogan, will you take roll, please?
Mayor Wilson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Elliott?
Here.
Trustee Clark? Trustee LeKine?
Here.
Trustee Romanello?
Here.
Trustee Stevens?
Here.
Before us, we have a consent agenda. I do have some modification requests for the agenda if the board would approve. Ms. Harrington, can you put those modifications on the screen? Okay, item 3, recognitions. Mr. Rathburn has requested to postpone that until next meeting. Also, I would like to change the order of the resolutions so that we get the ones with least discussion out of the way, and then we have the public hearing followed by public comment to keep that all together. Does the board agree with these changes?
Yes. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as modified. Ms. Hogan?
Trustee Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee LeKine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elliott?
Yes.
Trustee Stevens?
Yes.
Trustee Romanello?
Yes.
That motion passes 6-0. First item on our agenda, resolution number 48, 2021, a resolution declaring a vacancy. Ms. Hogan.
The proposed resolution formally declares a vacancy in the Board of Trustees and outlines a process by which the board can make an appointment in a timely manner. It requires persons interested in the appointment to submit letters of interest and resumes to the town clerk by August 31st of this year. It also invites interested candidates to attend the regular meeting scheduled for September 7th in the event the board would like to ask questions of those candidates. The letters of interest and resumes with personal information redacted would be included in the board's packet prior to that meeting. If passed, the Board of Trustees, this process will be noticed in the Tri-Lakes Tribune on August 18th and 25th, prominently displayed on the town's website and included in all social media outreach during the next few weeks. Staff recommends a motion to approve Resolution number 48, 2021, a resolution declaring a vacancy on the Board of Trustees and outlining an appointment process.
Questions from the board for Ms. Hogan? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
I make a motion to approve resolution number 48, 2021, a resolution declaring a vacancy on the Board of Trustees and outlining an appointment process.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Hogan, will you take roll, please?
Trustee LeKind?
Yes.
Trustee Romanello?
Yes.
Trustee Stevens?
Yes.
Trustee Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elliott?
Yes.
Mayor Wilson?
Yes. That motion passes 6-0. Resolution number 49, 2021, a resolution authorizing the application and matching funds for grants from Main Street Open for Business program. Ms. Vandenhoek.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. The town and local businesses have an opportunity to apply for grant funding through the state of Colorado. This funding opportunity comes from the Department of Local Affairs with funding from State Bill 21-252 and will support efforts by local governments to engage in small business relief through the Main Street Open for Business program. This initiative supports facade improvements and energy efficiency projects for businesses in the state's traditional downtowns. This funding is only open to businesses within monuments downtown because the program is funded through the state Main Street program. Grant requests are limited to $1 million per community, and projects within the application are anticipated to range between $10,000 and $150,000 per business, with an average of $50,000 per project. There is a match requirement of 20% of the project costs. Should the board agree to allow us to apply for this grant funding, we are asking that 10% of the 20% be matched by the businesses, with the remaining 10% matched by the town through the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funding that can be used to mitigate the negative economic impacts of the pandemic. The maximum fiscal impact to the town would be $100,000 if we were to receive the full $1 million in projects from downtown businesses. As of this evening, we have received project applications totaling approximately $528,000. We do anticipate an additional project applications in the coming days. The grant application would be due to the state on Monday, August 23rd. I'm available to answer any questions about this program.
So this is a state program for grants for historic downtown areas.
Correct.
The matching 10% from the town comes out of ARPA funds.
Correct.
Is there any questions from the board on this? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 49, 2021, a resolution authorizing the application and matching of funds for a grant from the Main Street Open for Business program.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Hogan, will you take roll, please?
Trustee Stevens?
Yes.
Trustee LeKind?
Yes.
Trustee Romanello,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elliott,
Yes.
Mayor Wilson.
Yes. That motion passes 6-0. That takes us to our public hearing item that I believe we have some people here for. Ms. Harrington, can you bring up the regular meeting and special meeting procedures from our ordinance? Okay, so we are going to reopen this meeting. We held this meeting, or this hearing, we held it open from last meeting. You see up here the order of things will go. Staff will introduce the applicant and the matter. Present. Board of Trustees will question the staff and the applicant, and then we will allow public participation. Applicant will make their rebuttal, and the board will discuss the disposition of the application of the matter, and we will close the public hearing. Can you go to the next slide, please, Ms. Harrington? Okay, all persons wishing to speak will need to sign up, but it sounds like many have already done that. So we will try to go through the names on the list. You will be allowed to speak for 3 minutes. This is out of courtesy for each other. We have a lot of people who would like to speak. No one during this hearing shall speak more than once. And when the board and staff and applicant are presenting and discussing, please no public comments at that time. So that takes us to item C, public hearing on resolution number 45, 2021. A resolution of the Town of Monument to approve the service plan for Connexus Commercial Metropolitan District. Ms. Harrington.
Good evening, Mayor, trustee members. For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. This is a request for approval of a service plan for the Connexus Commercial Metropolitan District. The proposed district encompasses 169 acres. It's directly east of Old Denver Road. The property includes sketch plan area known as Connexus 2 and 3, which is a total of 146 acres. And it also includes portions of phase 1 of the Connexus development, which is the vacant lot next to the church, which is down in this area. I'm pointing it with my screen here. And then other open space areas that are part of the Connexus Phase 1 development. The church parcel specifically is not included in the district service plan boundaries. While the district is separate from zoning and land use approvals, I wanted to give you a brief background on where zoning and land use has been to date and what the applications are that staff will be reviewing and are in the process of reviewing. And I'm talking a little bit slow because I can hear myself, so please bear with me. While the district request was made recently, the property was zoned in 1987 when it was annexed into the Town of Monument. And that zoning was the PID, Planned Industrial Development Zoning, as part of Regency Park. In 2018, the board approved zoning and preliminary site plan for phase 1, and that phase 1 is the church as part of phase 1, as well as the vacant lot to the north is also part of that phase 1. And then in September of 2020, the board approved the sketch plan and the rezoning from PID to PD plan development for the sketch plan area that is known as Connexus Phase 2 and 3. And that sketch plan illustrates areas of development. It also calls out multiple development areas with the maximum residential and non-residential land use and allowable uses including commercial, civic, office, light industrial, and multifamily. While this zoning is in place, we don't yet know what it will look like when it goes vertical. And that vertical construction, this site plan that shows the details of what the development will look like, is what staff refers to as a preliminary and final site plan. And that is what is under review currently. So this district is contemplating development based on the approved zoning and sketch plan. But we don't know what the development will look like. So that takes us to that preliminary and final site plan. There's a lot of discussion about that plan, and that's the plan that shows the warehouse development. That warehouse development has only been through one review from staff. So the process starts with June 16th, the applicant submits the preliminary and the final site plan for staff review. We take a 30-day plan review, send that out to internal agencies, external agencies. Staff conducts a review of those plans in that 30 days. And at the end of that 30 days, we issue the applicant a letter that outlines all of the staff comments. Once that letter is issued to the staff, it is up to the applicant to address that comment letter. And again, that comment letter includes letters from staff, CDOT, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, engineering comments, in this case, Tri-View comments. That letter now is in the hands of the developer, and they are amending those plans based on that staff comment. There will be re-reviews of the plans once the developer resubmits the plans. Again, the Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees aren't presented the plans until the comments are addressed and staff is ready to make a recommendation. And again, staff is not anywhere near ready to make a recommendation to the Planning Commission or the board on if the project meets the town code or the town comprehensive plan. Again, because we know those plans are changing and there will need to be that resubmittal. So the plan is not complete. It's not anywhere close to being through review, and no staff recommendation has been made on the land use. But that does bring us to the Metro District. And there is an expectation that something will develop there based on that approved zoning and the sketch plan. The Title 32 district is the financial mechanism that is established in order to allow the developer to finance certain infrastructure. And a district, by definition, is an independent governmental entity formed to finance, design, acquire, install, construct, operate, and maintain public improvements that are not otherwise being provided. And the Board of Trustees, the role of the board is to approve that service plan. And that service plan is really just the first step in establishing this Metro District. The service plan sets the mill levy and the debt caps, and the improvements that the district is responsible for. And it's distinctly different and separate from any land use action, because again, as I stated, staff has not reviewed the preliminary and final site plan. We're relying on the sketch plan and the zoning showing there will be some type and mix of development on this property in the future. There are certain conditions that are placed on the service plan, And those conditions are carried forward into the resolution that staff has prepared for the Board of Trustees if you choose to approve the service plan. And those conditions include condition on the maximum mill levy, a condition on the debt cap. Service plan cannot be amended without board approval. There is also a condition to provide notice to purchasers regarding the district's authority to record a disclosure statement against the property within the district with the county clerk and recorder. So that's just notice to purchasers within the district that they are within a district. Other conditions, the district cannot create a sub-district, and most importantly, approval of the service plan does not imply approval of the development or any specific portion of the property, nor does it imply approval of the commercial development described in this service plan. And you can see that condition verbatim on your screen, and that is within the resolution itself. State statute specifies that the board shall disapprove the service plan unless evidence satisfactory to the board of each of the following is presented. And there's 4 findings that the Board of Trustees needs to make in considering the service plan. And those are on your screen. Sufficient existing and projected need for organized service in the area. Existing service in the area to be served by the district is not adequate for present or projected needs. The proposed district is capable of providing economic and sufficient service to the area within its boundaries, and the area to be included in the proposed special district has or will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. Those are the findings, and then the board has the authority to, and again, this is per state statute, approve with conditions to the service plan, disapprove the service plan, conditionally approve the service plan subject to the submission of additional information relating to the modification of the proposed service plan. And again, just to reiterate, staff is not looking specifically at the vertical development, that land use in place with the review of the final site plan. When considering the service plan, we're looking at, yes, there is a zone district in place. Yes, that zone district contemplates commercial, industrial, civic type of uses. And then the developer is responsible for preparing that financial analysis that is part of their service plan. And that will conclude staff's presentation.
Okay, would the applicant like to present at this time?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Brock Chapman, and I'm with Shuck Communities, who is the manager of Connexus LLC, which is the owner of the property. For the record, 2 North Cascade Avenue, Suite 1280, Colorado Springs, 80903. And I now see what Ms. Harrington meant when it's a little disorienting with the feedback, so I apologize if I'm talking slow as well. Well, we thank you for the opportunity to present our Metro District Service Plan for your consideration tonight. One administrative item that we would request, if not automatically done so, and I presume it is, I would respectfully request the staff report for this item be entered into the public record at this time. I'm just going to make a few introductory comments and then ask Russ Dykstra, our Metro District Attorney with Spencer Fain, to give the bulk of the presentation. Besides Russ Dykstra, Mike DeGrant is here, our Vice President of Development, Steve Shuck, the founder and chairman of Shuck Communities, Steve Everson, our General Counsel for Shuck Communities. And I should point out, we've also selected Piper Sandler as our Metro District bond and financial advisors and underwriters. Why this is important is because Piper Sandler also is the group and investment advisors that issued the bonds for TriView most recently, and also for the town's last bond issuance, I believe. So they're very familiar with everything that's happening in this area. In terms of hearing protocols, just wanted to acknowledge those, and we'll speak only to the Metro District tonight. A couple of observations from the August 2nd Town Board meeting. Even though our agenda item was continued, we did stick around and listen to the Classic Homes Metro District presentation and vote, which received unanimous approval from the Town Board. We listened to those plan requests, and the presentation you're going to hear tonight will be much the same because Metro districts are very much boilerplate under statute, the state statute Title 32. There are a couple differences that are positive, or at least would be viewed favorably by most jurisdictions. Instead of 60 mills, we are requesting only 33 mills as our maximum mills for our district. And ours is also primarily a commercial district. I would reiterate that the Connexus Metro District under review tonight affects only the Connexus property, excluding the current church site. It does not affect any other properties outside of the district whatsoever. The approval of this Metro District plan does not approve any other development plans for the property. Any future development plans must be approved separately and may not be considered tonight. Finally, as described in the staff report, Connexus Metro District Service Plan meets all criteria for approval, and therefore the town staff has recommended approval. I think I'll introduce Russ Dykstra at this time to go through the district presentation itself.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Board of Trustees. Russ Dykstra, 102 South Tejon, Colorado Springs. It's great to be back with you tonight. As Brock said, a lot of this will be similar to what we heard for the Classic Homes District, but I think there are some important points for the record that we'd like to make. The first is that a district is a financing tool. It's part of a capital stack of funding to make public improvements possible, to support ongoing construction of those improvements. Why this is important is that development can pay its own way. We're not asking Triview, which overlaps this property, to put in the public improvements. We're not asking the town to put in these public improvements. And in essence, we're paying our own way by taxing the property within this district to pay for its own public improvements. So with that, can we go to the second slide? And these next few slides we'll go through fairly quickly, as you've seen them in the staff report. Here's the outline of the project. You'll notice the church parcel is taken out of the middle on the south side there. Slide. Here's a slide showing some of the significant public improvements that will be paid for by the district. Most of those are along Old Denver Road, and we can get into more detail if you have more questions on those. Next slide. Here's additional improvements showing the interior roads, detention basins, right-of-way water and sewer improvements. Here's the essence of why we're here tonight. Oops. Just the improvements for this project are approximately $21.5 million. That money has to be spent no matter if there's a district. The money has to come from somewhere. So why use a district? Districts allow use of tax exempt funding, which is at a significantly lower rate, and thus it allows the property users to more efficiently create businesses, create jobs, and invest that money in their infrastructure for their business, rather than having to pay for all of these costs up front as part of the lot cost. So this 21 million will be paid out through the bond over a 30-year term, which is typical. And that financial plan showing the feasibility of that was included in the service plan. Next slide. As Brock pointed out, only the property within the district will pay any taxes to the district. So the town is benefiting, especially on the old Denver Road improvements, from the users within the district paying for those improvements. As Ms. Harrington pointed out, the combined mill levy total is 33 mills. The debt portion of that is 28 mills, and the O&M portion is 5 mills. And the O&M goes for accounting, audits, legal, the filings with the state, and any maintenance obligations of the district. The maximum debt authorization is 32 million for the project. And why that's higher than what the 21 million is it gives us flexibility. As we've noted over the last couple of years, construction prices escalate regularly, so we want to make sure we have that capacity. The maximum maturity is 40 years, but again, we bond those on a 30-year term with a 40-year total repayment period if we have to. Next slide, please. Before I go into the disclosure requirements, for the record, Tri-View Metropolitan District, which overlaps this property, has submitted a letter in support of the development of this district. And I'd just like to quote one portion of it. Because Tri-View overlaps this property, their taxes would apply. And in the letter, it states, the district's future mill levy would be reduced substantially, and that's because of the use of this district to increase the value of this property. So their tax base will increase up to 107 million and will generate $800,000 for that district. And I think that's important because our district will not be benefiting directly from Tri-View other than some O&M that district will perform. But the residents and citizens in that district will see a significant lowering of their tax rate from Tri-View, and that's because of this development. So at this time, I'd like to enter this into the record. The disclosure requirements listed above are based on state statute, and they require additional disclosure to any property purchaser in the district. In a commercial setting, this is important, and these are sophisticated buyers. They'll know about the district, they'll see that in their due diligence, and they'll make an informed decision based on what our disclosures are, whether or not to purchase property. And that's one reason why our choice was to have the mill levy lower than what a traditional district would be, so that the property will be marketable and attractive for business investment. And lastly, I'd just like to point out for the record that there is sufficient need for the district as there is not existing improvements there to serve the property. The service that is there is not adequate to serve the property. The district can provide economical service to the property owners within its boundaries. And the district will have the financial ability to discharge any debt issued by it. And that's supported by the Piper-Sandler financial model. With that, we thank you for your time and we're available for any questions.
Okay, at this time, I will turn it over to the board for questions for staff or the applicant. Ms. Harrington, can you bring up that condition or the list on your slide? Trustee Clark, you had questions?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I have a question of Ms. Harrington. During the first review, where the first consideration is taken, are public comments and concerns at that first review able to be submitted by the public?
Trustee Clark, I'm assuming you're referring to the land use process, and I will answer that. It's separate from this, but yes, any comments that we receive from the public are included as public record. Had we received comments with the first review in that review period, we would forward those all on to the applicant.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I really couldn't hear you.
Yes. So during the review of the land use application, which is separate from this, we will include all citizen comments back to the applicant, and we will also review those comments. They are packaged up as part of the public record.
So the public is notified that they can come and voice their concerns and present their comments at will during that time period.
Again, at the land use
At the land
process,
use.
they can. This district review is separate and different and is not noticed other than a notice published in the newspaper by the applicant.
So to clarify the question, and Trustee Clark, correct me if I'm wrong, when staff does a review before a project comes to the Planning Commission or the board, there is not a public comment period in there before it comes to the Planning Commission or the board, because if it was insufficient, there wouldn't be anything to comment on anyway.
If there is a neighborhood meeting held, there is the opportunity to comment. And in this case, there was a meeting held. And after that meeting, we did receive comment from the public. And that continued to increase as we continued through our review.
Thank you.
And it's my understanding that those comments and concerns are taken into consideration by our staff, our planning department, our legal department, and subjected to certain reviews in consideration of any project. Is that correct?
Yes, I have read every email.
Thank you so much.
I have some questions for the applicant. You have $6.3 million budgeted for water. Will this metro district be providing its own water?
The 6.3 million, excuse me, The 6.3 million budgeted is for water main improvements to bring them up from the south and also tie into where Triview currently stubs things out. And so that's all the water main improvements to the property and bringing it up and down Old Denver Road. Triview is the water district and water service provider.
Okay.
And
The
same with
next-
sewer, by the way, if you have that question.
Okay, and the next question is on streets. I'm sorry I got my number wrong. The street was 6.3 million. Will you be maintaining the street like Old Denver Highway and the streets in that metro district, similar to what Triview does, or will this be a one-time expense?
Multiple answers to your question, and that's why this metro district is so favorable to the town. We do all the improvements, sewer, water, roads, storm sewer, detention. Triview maintains through the property taxes we pay them as part of their mills, sewer, water, storm sewer, and roads interior to the project. We pay for the Old Denver Road improvements and expansions, interim and ultimate, and we work out those details with the town. Once those goes in, we will have businesses paying property taxes just like every other property owner in the town, and there will be a portion of those that go to the town. The town will have ultimate responsibility for our pro rata share of the improvements of Old Denver Road. It's a public street owned by the town, and that's it. That's all the town is required to service or maintain. Everything else is either by the Metro District we're forming tonight or by Triview.
Thank you. I saw in your schematic diagram that you have approximately 6 buildings, and they look like they support semi-trucks. So approximately how many semi-trucks are you proposing in this facility?
Again, we are not the applicant for the development plan. We are the applicant for the Metro District. It's another group who is a buyer. We can't speak to the development plan. What I can tell you is reiterate what Ms. Harrington said. There was a preliminary development plan submitted. Staff reviewed it along with all the other reviewing jurisdictions, provided comments back to that applicant. That applicant is exploring their options, making plan revisions, revising the plan, which has not been resubmitted, and we don't know when it's going to be resubmitted. So everything tonight for the Metro District was based on the approved PD sketch plan that this town board approved less than a year ago.
Okay, so you don't have any idea as to how much traffic is going to be on that road?
We do from the approved sketch PD plan. We took the land uses, we had the traffic engineers analyze that, submit a report, the town reviewed it, provided comments back. Those questions were addressed with the PD sketch plan. When the next development plan comes in, that traffic study will be updated to reflect the specific uses in the plan available at that time, rather than the PD sketch plan, which we already submitted the traffic study for.
Okay. So,
And that's your process. That's what everybody has done who's done a project in this town, and that's what we have done.
right, and I'm trying to assess right now the load that is on that road. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it's posted no trucks over 6,000 pounds.
Order, please. Order.
El Paso County and the town show that as a major thoroughfare. It's an arterial street. That major thoroughfare Major thoroughfare that's shown on all the plans show that as a arterial street. It also is currently the only north-south major street west of I-25 for the town and the region. It's always been planned in all future, and I can't speak current, but future traffic road plans as an arterial and major thoroughfare. I should point out, though, to try to get to what I can speak to your plan. Yes, the improvements to Old Denver Road, Interim and Ultimate, because it's an arterial road classification, it has a much larger street section than local roads. So yes, we will be having to build to those ultimate street sections that are required for the type of traffic that is designed to go there.
But if you're driving heavy traffic, which again, we don't know what kind of volume is right now, if you're coming in from 2nd Street, there are bicycle lanes there, and you can't change. And making a right-hand turn from Old Denver Highway onto 2nd Street would be very dangerous in that situation. So my concern, back to your service plan, is we don't have a chart of exactly what's being improved. And I don't know if 2nd Street and Old Denver Highway is being done, or just the section in front of the property.
So we are one property along Old Denver Road. There's a lot of vacant property along Old Denver Road that's intended to be developed over the next several years and are planned for development right now. We contribute our fair pro rata share of those improvements for the ultimate design, which is being done right now in conjunction with TriView and the town. In fact, the fees from the church site that is going up in our phase 1 property, those fees were used to fund the traffic engineer to produce those ultimate design configurations for Old Denver Road, from 2nd Street to Baptist Road. And just like every other property owner along there that develops their property, we will contribute our fair pro rata share when that design is ready to go, and it's underway now. And that has to meet all the criteria by the city, El Paso County, the Uniform Highway Code, everything that is involved with the traffic studies and that design. A project can simply not go forward until that issue is addressed. But tonight is the Metro District and not that level of the development plan in detail. That comes later.
Folks, please let me remind you, this is a business meeting, and please allow the board members to conduct business without interruption. We will get everybody their chance to speak that would like to speak on this item, but please refrain from cheering, clapping. Let us conduct business as a business meeting. Thank you.
I have a question of the town manager. Mr. Foreman, do we have plans on the table that you are aware of where improvements are going to be made to Denver Road, Old Denver Road?
Not yet. We have hired a consultant. Reverb. We've hired a consultant, and they are designing Old Denver Road currently as the stated. The church that's being built currently paid road and bridge fees, and those road and bridge fees were negotiated with TriView to be able to pay for the design.
And will those negotiations include the bike lanes that are currently there?
During that process, we will make that review. And I know that this community loves bike lanes, and I cannot see the town of Monument remove bike lanes.
I have some questions. These are of financial nature. Based upon your estimated assessed value of future improvements, I would like to know how you came up with the $167,552,600 on page 2 of the spreadsheet. You indicated 101 plus million for commercial warehouse distribution, and on page 3 of the spreadsheet you indicated a little over 55 million, which totaled 156,477,100. So that's a $10 million shortfall. Trying to figure out where that 10 million came from.
May need you to repeat part of your question, but the first part answer to your question is it was done based on the land uses available on the PD sketch plan. Then we hired consultants to tell us what the market is and where the market's headed is likely to be. We take the coverage ratios permitted in the sketch plan PD to determine the square footage of various land use types, and then apply current market values to those. On the buildings that are going to be built further in the future or projected to be, there are some minor escalators included by the consultants that provide those valuations.
Okay, so continuing on, then on page 4 of the spreadsheet, you have indicated 1.2 million square feet of commercial square footage delivered. But on your approved PD site plan, you only are allowed 1 million square feet. So how do you account for the 200,000 square feet you're not?
So there's a couple of projections involved with that. One is we are allowed 25% multifamily on any of the planning areas. Those multifamilies range anywhere from 16 to 20 to the acre in today's marketplace, typically. 3-story garden walk-ups, for example. Those are, because they're not for sale ownership, those are often included in more of a commercial analysis. There's also going to be a reduction, according to the applicant, in the amount of distribution warehouse compared to what was shown on this area. So we'll be able to pick some of that square footage up in some other alternate uses, such as the permitted uses likely at the north end: hotel, restaurant, mentioned multifamily, retail, inline retail. So this is a projection. We will update the projections repeatedly as the project ultimately becomes through with a site development plan, and ultimately will be updated before the bonds are fully sold, so they can be underwritten based on more of an actual amount than just projections. But this plan allows, and it was intended for some flexibility in the land uses, and I think that's what this describes.
Okay, well, so since you brought up the debt, what will happen if the amount of debt secured by your bonds is not enough to complete the improvements? Will you be coming back to ask for additional debt?
Didn't hear the middle part of that. If it's not done, what?
What will happen if the amount of debt that you secure as part of the Metro District is not enough to complete the improvements that you're stating you're going to make?
Well, in terms of the project development costs, Metro districts rarely provide all the debt, and in fact, none that I know of. So that's just one part of the capital stack. We still have to use sale proceeds from the land sales. We have to use other debt, for example, or equity. So they're just one part of the total amount of the project costs. What you're seeing is some public improvement estimates, in which case we backed into it. Instead of just coming up here and doing what most developers do with Metro districts and requesting 50 or 60 mills, because that's the maximum the market will request, or support rather, we've come and said we've backed into what we think the maximum or the best mills will be to keep the project competitive for the future users of these buildings, the tenants, your future businesses. And that's why we came up with a rather unique number of 33 total mills, 28 on the capital side. So we're weighing the amount that's needed to develop the project and the public improvements, but not asking for the maximum that would in any way make the project less competitive. So we're able to balance those two instead of just coming here and asking for the maximum.
I have a couple questions. For Ms. Harrington, 4 conditions in the service plan, the 4 conditions required by the town to be met by the service plan have been met, correct?
Are you speaking to the 4 criteria from
Yes.
state statute? Staff's recommendation is that they have been met.
Okay. But the service plan where the conditions have been met, just to clarify what you said earlier, is completely independent of the land use that will be approved in the future.
Correct. We have not finished our evaluation of traffic, types of traffic, truck traffic. All of that needs to be addressed with the resubmittal.
So if this service plan were approved, and then the developer decided to put in a petting zoo, this service plan still applies.
If the developer feels that there is infrastructure that needs to be developed, then yes, this service plan covers whatever that infrastructure, whatever the infrastructure ends up being.
Okay,
And we are basing our recommendation on the uses from the sketch plan. We don't know what the project will look like, but we know that they are zoned to do some type of development.
okay. So then my next question leads to what the document is that we have from TriView. Is that a will serve? What is the name of the document that we have from TriView?
Ms. Harrington, I have that document and I will read that into the record during public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then the agreement that we have right now, or the service plan we have right now, is high level and it's financials. Then the document that describes specifically what will be developed in the future as far as the service plan is concerned, the roads, et cetera, is a property improvement agreement?
It could be considered a public improvement agreement, and we would enter into that after the review of the site plan is completed and the review of the technical documentation. Once that's all completed, that gives the town a better picture of what the requirements are, phasing of those, how much those will cost, and that's all documented through the public improvement agreement.
Okay, so that's the agreement that has the specifics related to the development that actually goes in there.
Correct. And that gives the town the ability to also collect either a bond or some type of financial security for the actual construction of the improvements. So the landscaping, improvements to Old Denver Road, when we know what those are, that all gets written into that agreement with specific costs, and they could have to post a financial assurance until those are completed. If they're not, then we won't issue building permits. The town can even hold a certificate of occupancy from regional building if the improvements are not completed.
Okay, thank you. I did notice in the service plan that it does say it's not a contract. So the service plan can be, I presume, terminated for some reason in the future.
I believe there is a process for dissolution of the service plan. I'm not sure that's through the town, but that could be a question for town attorney.
If no outstanding debt is issued, then the Department of Local Affairs may administratively dissolve the service district.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Rivera, will you elaborate?
What I'm trying to convey is the idea that if the service district does not issue any debt, then it exists in such a way that the Department of Local Affairs may administratively dissolve it. I think that Mr. Dykstra can speak more to that.
So just kind of my concept of that. For example, Home Place Ranch. They developed a district 20 years ago. They didn't develop on it. DOLA dissolved the district. No money, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, as Mr. Rivera was alluding to, that's the process for dissolving a district that isn't active, doesn't have any debt, has no other obligations. The town, and I think this is what you are getting to, has the ability, if the district isn't in compliance with its service plan, to call it into what's called a material modification and come back and justify to the trustees, this is what your service plan says. We think you're doing this. Show us that you're in compliance, or you have to come back with a whole new service plan and go through the whole process to have that deviation approved.
Ms. Harrington, you mentioned in your comments in your presentation that the land use and development approval of the service plan does not imply approval for the development or any specific portion of the property. That is also included in the service plan, correct?
Correct. There's language about the future land use approvals and the service plan being removed from those approvals.
And you also mentioned that the service plan cannot be amended without board approval, correct?
Yes. There is language in statute about how a service plan is amended. An increase in mill levy or an increase in debt, I believe, is a substantial change and would require the board approval of an amendment to the service plan.
Thank you.
I would just like to point out for public record that it is Roman numeral 9, section C as in Charles, that specifically says that this does not imply approval of any commercial development described in the service plan or any of the exhibits attached. All land use and development approvals shall be processed and obtained in accordance with the applicable provisions of the code.
So with the approval of development being in the future to address the root outburst about water, TriView will have to approve any development and approve whether or not they would provide water to that development. Is that correct, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir, it is. They'd have to give a will serve letter to any developer that was going to develop that property.
Thank you. Trustee Clark? Any other questions from the board at this time? Okay, at this time, we'll move to the public comment portion of this. I believe we had a list going around. Is that back at the podium? It's not up there?
Well, some names up here, but I don't know about your whole list, so.
We will start with the list we have here, and then if that other list wants to make its way up here, we will go through that list when it appears up here. We ask that you keep your comments to the district, and we can use public comment time for land use. Sarah Dahl.
Hello. Ooh, that is a little delay. Hi, I'm Sarah Dahl. Thank you for allowing us to meet and to speak. And by the way, I thought I was signing up for an attendance list. I didn't realize I was the first to speak, but I'm prepared, so that's all good. That's how we roll. All right. So my first question is for Mayor Wilson. And this is just a follow up on the action we were discussing via email, just trying to see if we could get a rebuttal session to the applicant's rebuttal, just to make sure that all the comments and questions that are going to be raised tonight by all the people that are here, I'm sure, are adequately addressed and answered, and that the Board of Trustees fully understands and believes that those have also been adequately addressed and answered before they vote, because this is something that if I were in your shoes, I'd want to be very clear that this criteria was fully met and there were no open issues with any of the questions being brought up. So is that doable to have a rebuttal for the public following the applicant's rebuttal?
I will bring that to the board when we get to that point.
Okay. And then the rest of my comments are going to pertain to the Metro District. I have my notes here, and I'm trying to get an understanding. Again, we're out of sequence because we're approving a Metro District for a sketch plan that was over a year ago, and we've seen a combined preliminary and final design that did not match what was presented a year ago. But at least pages 40 and 41 of the packet show the warehouses to give us the ability to at least talk that from here. So I'm not talking land use, I'm just talking Metro District. So a lot of my questions are going to be pertaining to the criteria and the industrial warehouse project that's been presented. So just for understanding, I was trying to research what is a Metro District overall, and it's my understanding it's, as you said, it's a mini city with its own board of directors or governance structure, and it's usually a combination of the developer and residents serving on it, and they assume responsibility for the maintenance and the cost and all that. But what this specific Metro District is pertaining to is just, from what I can gather, really on Old Denver Highway, and the effects that it's going to have outside of that are much, much bigger. So I'm concerned about declaring this as a Metro District without knowing what is going to happen. How are all the other roads that are going to be impacted by this heavy industrial traffic going to be funded and paid for, and what's that impact going to have on the citizens outside of this Metro District? That's not clear to me in this packet. The other thing is that Metro Districts, from what I've learned, are primarily beneficial for large residential areas. And a lot of times they bring amenities that draw people to that area, like kind of like how the sketch plan was and how Andrea said in her comments last August that they would have a mini golf, movie theater. These are considerations, horseback riding areas. You could say you could have just things like that that make you want to be there, that justify why you'd want to make that a metro district. But what we've seen is the industrial distribution centers is going to take up all that space. And so I don't see the amenities that are going to come in there that would justify wanting to make this specific area a metro district at this time. Seems again like we're out of sequence. The other thing with this is that in terms of the metro districts impact that it can have on the region around it. It depends on the governance structure and how well that governance structure is. I didn't see anything in this packet without knowing who the developer officially is. We can only speak to this with Connexus, so we don't know officially the developer at this time because we're going off the sketch plan. So I have no idea what the past performance is for that developer to know that they're able to manage this project, to govern this project, to be on the board, that they've got a history of that. This is a 9-year development project, whereas a lot of construction, a lot of costs that can go with that. It just seems very open-ended, and I didn't see anything in the packet from the staff from an analysis perspective, an evaluation perspective, that led me to believe that they can justify that that criteria is met and that we're going to be, through due diligence, able to afford this development project in this town.
Okay, Ms. Dahl, we have a lot of people to speak. Would you please wind it down so we can get to the next individual? No, she can't.
Okay, I will wrap up. My last comment, and this is if I can get off my stage, just got to close that up. As far as it's determining the need for a metro district for this over a sketch plan over a year ago, I believe is premature. We need to know that this specific metro district and what it's bringing is going to be beneficial to the residential area. I haven't seen that with this big, huge warehouse project. So it just seems like right now this is just, again, it's a cart before the horse. I'm not sure why we're not pulling this completely and not moving forward with it, knowing that we have new information from a developer that did apply, although he rescinded their plans.
Thank you. Mr. Ulster.
Trustees, I see what they say about the here. The intent of coming up and speaking had more to do with the proposed site plan. We talk about that a little bit since that's the only thing we were given.
It will not apply to this resolution.
Okay. Then in order to do a metro district like this, it seems that we're awfully loose in what we're trying to approve or not approve. I've been a real estate developer for 40 years. I've done many of these, but I've never gotten an approval on anything without a detailed site plan, without colored renderings and elevations, without material boards, without everything I intend to do on that property. And once it's approved, that approval is cast in stone. If you look at what Woodman Valley Chapel went through in order to put their church out there, they had to go through all kinds of hoops in order to get approval. They had to design a building that's consistent with what we here in Monument expect to see on property, something that looks like it belongs in Monument. The church was very careful in the selection of materials, the river rock, the stone finish, the deck that's outside, the portico. They wanted a building that felt like Monument. I don't know how we can go about approving this kind of money that we're talking about today when we have no idea what we're looking at. And frankly, I don't trust the developer. I don't understand how we can take somebody's word for what they're going to do when a year ago we were told restaurants and walking areas and equestrian areas and things like that. Yet the only thing that I've seen is the trucking equivalent of an international airport. So I would ask that you do not approve this until we can see exactly what they're going to do, just like the church. The church is being stuccoed now. They're putting the finishes on it, and it's going to look exactly like what this group approved. I don't see how you can issue a mill levy tax on a project when we have no idea what we're going to get, and when we get sideswiped with this 6-building monstrosity. The largest building there is 18.5 times larger than Woodman Valley Chapel, 60 feet tall, and right up against the freeway. We moved Woodman Valley Chapel back from the freeway so you can still see the mountains when you drive up and down. I just think that the residents that moved here for our rural mountain community deserve to know exactly what we're going to get before you approve anything. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, to the extent that you do not have speaker's name and address, please obtain it for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, can the service plan legally be approved without a detailed, pre-approved site plan?
Factors guide board's decision this evening are provided by 32-1-203. And it requires, and I'll read it, the applicant to present evidence satisfactory to the board that those 4 issues are met. To the extent that the proposed uses, whether they're approved or not, impact the determination of those 4 factors is to the extent that you can consider the approved or proposed uses. Does that make sense? Okay.
So is that a yes or a no?
Randy McLeland? One moment, sir.
It's important to keep in mind that this is a 2-step process. What's before the board today is the determination and consideration of the service plan. The service plan, as indicated by the applicant, is based on a sketch plan that was approved in the fall of last year. There's a certain amount of speculation in terms of what uses will be present in the future and whether those future uses are sufficient to satisfy those 4 criteria. Is that a better answer? I think ultimately the answer is no. What I'm trying to do is explain that the use of the land is a consideration, but only or mostly in terms of those 4 factors. And the use of the land, the ultimate use of the land, has not yet been determined.
Trustees, if I may, it is not uncommon to see a special district come before a site plan approval. Other communities do it. These conversations happen, but it is not an uncommon practice.
Mr. Leland?
Yes, sir. It's actually Randy McClellan.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
want to make a comment real quickly, just to clear things up. These weren't circulated, but it does state on here, please print and state your name before you speak. So I think we may be here for a while tonight. Folks can walk up and sign their own name and talk. Is there any way we get the slide up there earlier from the picture we saw of the proposed area with the church and Old Denver Highway? Is that possible
Ms. Harrington,
within
please.
3 minutes? Just the picture. Okay, so I just want to point out, you can tell by my voice I'm not from originally, but I've been here almost 8 years and I love it. We've talked about the property, talked about Old Denver. We've talked about that a lot. I think what we failed, what I see is there's been some failures that folks haven't talked about all those houses on the west side of Old Denver Highway. We haven't talked about the families that live in those houses and the kids that live in those houses. The kids that have to travel up and down Old Denver Highway on school buses to try to get to school. And the fact that there's older folks in town, and my wife and I realize now we're those ones on our street. And there's been talk about what do we do if this thing becomes a massive transit place for 18-wheelers and we've got an emergency and we've got to pull out on Old Denver Highway to get help. What do we do? Does anybody ever talk about how it affects the people on the west side? Or do we just talk about the money? I appreciate you, sir. The only legal training I had was watching Matlock, okay? But I think we need to stop him, because here's what I think, and it's not just going to impact those of us in that area right there. It's going to impact the town of Monument, because everybody else is going to be affected by this, and everybody else is going to be looking at the leadership of our town and whether or not they stood up for us. To make some people believe that there is a God, I'm finished.
Thank you. Jeremy Fernanti?
I was wondering if you could pull up the slide of the development and the developer's proposed infrastructure plan.
Can you pull up the infrastructure plan?
That's the slide. So we're at this meeting because of Section 32, 1-203, 2 section requirements, and Section 32, 1-204.5. I believe that this service plan falls short of requirements 1 and 2, which would be items 3 and 4 in those specific lists. And the reason why is, in order to have this district approved, the district has to prove that it's capable of providing economical and sufficient service to the area within its proposed boundaries. And the area to be included in the district does have and will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness in a reasonable basis. I believe the flaw exists for approval on this project falls short on its face, because attached on the development plan and on the district plan, on the town documents, there's an LSC Transportation Consultants, Inc. traffic impact study. That's 113 pages. The document's dated 6/18/2021. The study utilizes CDOT calculations and definitions, which are less stringent than the El Paso County traffic design standards. There is only a vehicle count in the study and not a vehicle classification. The study anticipates an increased traffic load of approximately 10,000 vehicles in a primary service time frame of approximately 10 hours. That's 1,000 cars per hour on monument roads. But that's cars. What about semi-trucks? Semi-truck and tractor trailer loading calculations typically utilize industrial and commercial classifications, and they are required to adhere to El Paso County Transportation Design Standards, Chapter 2, Table 2-6, and will accept WB 62 and W67 classified vehicles, which are 49 up to 55-foot vehicles. The weight rating is 65,000 pounds, which is 1,000 times greater than the service rating of Old Denver Road. Because the existing traffic impact study does not account for this specific type of entry traffic load, a mill levy cannot be legitimately applied to the district with projected design and future district tax implications. If approved, I would request that the maximum for this particular project of 60 mills be applied, purely because there is an enormous Grand Canyon hole in what this could potentially cost the taxpayers and the district to maintain. Lastly, the entrances in this specific developer's plan do not meet off-tracking and swept tracking width for the types of vehicles that will be ingressing and egressing this property. The typical swept turning radius for a tractor trailer, that's a WB 67 rated vehicle, is 31 feet. That means when you make a 90-degree turn, you need 31 feet. The entrance road to this particular district is 38 feet, which means a truck turning right would be within 8 feet of the shoulder in the opposing traffic lane. So what I would also say additionally is inside the El Paso County study, there is no classification for rural, the developer here is using the classification for rural residential roads. I would contend that this particular district is not rural residential anymore.
Thank you.
I would argue that this particular district would fall underneath highway or urban commercial and industrial standards, which requires 4 lanes, dedicated ingress, egress, including 1 dedicated left and 1 dedicated right, which is 8 lanes total to navigate the entrances of this particular district. Once the entrance of the district it should fall underneath the El Paso County industrial and commercial standards, which is 52 feet shoulder to shoulder, which is 14 feet wider than the proposed district metro district plan. The, these shortfalls and shortcomings of the proposed Metro District do not allow for adequate budgeting and calculation of a mill levy to this particular district. And for that reason, I do not believe that the section requirements of 32-1, 203, and 32-1, 204 of the CRS code are met. And for that reason, I believe this district should be refused.
Thank you. Brian?
Test.
Okay. Brian, please try to keep it to 3 minutes so that we can allow everybody to speak. No. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Brian Milbachler. My wife and I are 18-year residents of the Santa Fe Trails subdivision and own a home that backs to Old Denver Road. First, I must disclose that I am a federal employee with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and also a federal affiliate of the Air Force Academy, but I'm not here representing either of those organizations. I wish to comment on Mayor Wilson's recent statement that the Connexus Metro District will support the installation of infrastructure required by the town to service the property, no matter the ultimate design. I hope the Board of Trustees can appreciate how those of us unfamiliar with the finer points of development approval might see the service plan as the first nail in the coffin, thwarting our efforts to prevent approval of the site plan or other future plans. It just feels backward that a Metro District can be created before the true scope and scale of the required infrastructure is identified. To illustrate my point, the Town Planning Department recently notified the developer that per code, the additional standards for industrial uses could be an issue. The code requires a 500-foot buffer between structures and any residential zone, but the current site plan falls well short of this requirement. By my calculation, enforcing the code would eliminate more than 40% of the buildable area. So why hurry to approve a service plan for a development that may not be commercially viable? The Connexus Wildlife Report and Drainage Report also have direct bearing on the scope and scale of the infrastructure that should or could be included in the service plan. At a recent Triview Metro District meeting, a Connexus representative was quoted as saying, "A service road within the warehouse property could not be built due to drainage issues and the need to avoid the Preble's meadow jumping mouse habitat." As someone who works professionally with the Endangered Species Act, I assure you there is no regulation in the Act that would outright prevent bridges or culverts and roadways from being constructed through the Preble's habitat. There are federal approval processes for such action. I think it's worth noting that the Powers Interchange that's being built south of Monument is entirely within mouse habitat. The developer's own wildlife report supports my statement. The developer, clearly driven by profit, is using the mouse habitat as a convenient scapegoat to control the type and amount and location of the access roads and service roads. This shouldn't prevent consideration of other infrastructure alternatives, regardless of the final development plan, that could affect the scope and scale of the service plan. The drainage report concludes that stormwater released from the proposed detention ponds at 90% or less of the pre-development rate will allow Teach Out Creek, which is critical habitat for the mouse, to remain a stabilized creek. Unfortunately, this is not a reality. The Colorado Springs and El Paso County drainage criteria manuals acknowledge that increased volume of runoff from development can significantly impact the stability of downstream drainages. With greater than 60% impervious surface from pavements and rooftops, Connexus will have stormwater impacts both on and off site. How will the service plan address any necessary off-site stormwater impacts? Will the town be liable for off-site stormwater impacts? I encourage the board to reflect on the reasons posted on your town webpage as to why you make your home in the Tri-Lakes area, which include generational heritage, personal values, monuments, small town feel, and the beautiful views. Not surprisingly, hundreds of people attending this meeting tonight share one or more of these reasons with you. So seriously, why would you provide Metro District control to a developer that so far has shown no regard for the Tri-Lakes community and the town comprehensive plan? Thank you.
Steve King.
I'm Steve King, 255 McShane Place in Monument. Jeremy stole a lot of my thunder. Thank you, Jeremy. So I'm going to have to wing it a little bit. Unlike Nancy Pelosi, we are required to know what is in it before you vote on it. We were deceived by the applicant at the PD hearings, so it's understanding why we don't trust them. A metro district is only viable if the use is granted is a viable use and access to the site by public roads is designed for the intended use of the site, and it can sustain itself by generating enough revenue to succeed. It does not. You must vote against it for these reasons. The applicant unilaterally changed the project uses in the approved sketch plan PD mixed use to a heavy industrial use, which is not permitted, and therefore the road classification must be changed to industrial roads, both on the interior of the site and Old Denver Road, as Jeremy so well described. So I'll skip past a lot of that. The applicant also stated publicly that this heavy industrial use that's proposed is the only marketable use. Yet since this use is not permitted, there may not be other buyers interested in this property for years, and it would result in a liability for the town's residents. That is not acceptable. More importantly, if the commercial use on this site, which could only be residential and no other additional commercial space, since they have used over the allowed 1 million square feet for these industrial warehouses currently, this project would be insolvent in 7 years. This would be based on the assumptions that they will receive $1.4 million at closing and that it will collect property taxes on 1.2 million square feet. Only 1 million square feet is permitted on the approved sketch plan, so without an infusion of cash, this district would be underwater by $781,000 upon final construction using their own projections. This district cannot function as primarily industrial as the assessed values are considerably lower than commercial. To obtain enough revenue, other uses are essential, and there are currently no plans to introduce other uses while eliminating these heavy industrial space. This district should have never been recommended for approval. There is no legal opinion as to the standing or potential liability to the town for review. The only evidence provided is that of the applicant, and their own budget clearly states that they will be insolvent. Metro districts that are not viable cannot be allowed to form per state statute. The budget is therefore worthless and isn't sustainable. Title 32 clearly states that the area included in the proposed special district has or will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. You are required to vote no. They are asking for a quasi-governmental agency with taxing authority that has a vested interest in this project without a viable plan or an approved road plan for a specified use and sufficient access on public roads. There obviously was no due diligence here. The state is littered with the carnage created by metro districts that were improperly managed and underfunded, where the future property owners are left to assume the liability of a dissolved metro district. It's simply unconscionable to approve this district in its current state. Thank you.
Greg Koopman.
Mr. Mayor, trustees, good evening. Tonight, as a former trustee, I ask you to table voting on this item until a later date. Please take your time and ensure that this is done right. This service plan is simply putting the cart before the horse. Approving as proposed would be premature and reckless. 6 years ago, we put the cart before the horse. We were told that we must approve something. Pretty sure our attorney said we must approve something, and that premature and blind approval cost this town nearly $1 million. You're being told tonight that you must approve this service plan. The applicable statute to this action actually reads that this board shall disapprove unless evidence of all 4 listed criteria is met. Those are on page 9 of your packet. What is glaringly absent in this service plan request is evidence. The applicable statute to this, by fully reviewing this packet, you will see that there is actually no evidence, no supportive documentation provided. You will only see a narrative given to you by the applicant. What we don't see is where the town has done any due diligence to substantiate this request. There are no findings of the town. There has been no review. Fortunately, the applicant has provided a blueprint of what is missing. Beginning on page 12, you're going to see the criteria listed, followed by an opinion claiming that this proposal meets that criteria. But that's it. The applicant's opinion, without facts, without evidence. So I ask you each to go through each of that criteria tonight and follow with a simple request to the applicant. Prove it with evidence. If there's an existing need, show us how. Since the land is vacant and no proposed plan is in review at this time. If there's no current or future ability of surrounding districts to provide services, show us letters stating that. If they're capable of financially servicing this debt, show us the finances that aren't contingent on non-approved uses. Show us where the values come from, the formula, and what happens if the proposed use isn't possible. Show us how you determine the infrastructure need of a project that doesn't exist. The statute requires evidence. The statute requires that this board shall, not may, not can, you shall disapprove unless satisfactory evidence is presented. No evidence has been presented. And more importantly, there are 5 criteria in the statute provided that allows you the ability to deny this request at your discretion. These were left out. Ask to see them tonight before you make your decision. It states the board may disapprove the service plan if evidence is not presented that the proposal is in substantial compliance with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan, the voice of the people in this room tonight, Is this proposal in substantial compliance? Does this meet our expectations? You are given a legal authority to stop this tonight. We must have evidence or we must disapprove. Thank you.
Brandy Turner.
Thank you, board, for listening to us this evening. I don't have anything applause worthy, but I just have a couple of points that I'd like to point out to you guys. So after my review of Colorado Revised Statute 32-1-203, which is titled Action on a Service Plan Criteria, I draw your attention to 2.5, which reads, the Board of Commissioners, or in this case, trustees, shall disapprove the service plan unless there is evidence satisfactory to the board if any of the following, at the discretion of the board, is not presented. So under A, adequate service is not or will not be available to the area through the county or other existing municipal or quasi-municipal corporations, including existing special districts, within a reasonable time and on a comparable basis. I see a letter from Nicole Finko, who represents Connexus, dated July 14th, 2021, indicating the need for the service plan. I was unable to find a letter from the town in response with details confirming that the service plan cannot be met through an existing service or district, nor within a reasonable amount of time. The letter from TriView that Russ Dykstra referenced does not appear in the packet either. It was not presented to you today. Without this confirmation letter from the town or from TriView, it would be premature for you to approve this commercial metropolitan district as it is presented to you today. You simply just don't have enough information. Thank you.
Bethany Rathmid.
Hi, I'm Bethany Rathman. I live directly across the street from the monstrosity that they're trying to put in, and I have a 2-year-old. And I'm just going to talk about the safety regarding to the service plan. This plan includes 3 unsafe crossings of the Santa Fe Trail. The roads coming into the project align with the housing development roads. Trucks going in and out have to navigate the trail, the intersection, and the cars coming out of the neighborhood without traffic lights. It is a tremendous safety hazard for people who live there and using the trail. If the Metro District is approved, how would it affect the trail? When you talk about proposed improvements to be financed, it says parks and recreation, traffic, and safety control. How does the plan address the safety of the trail? Semi-truck crossing, my son is 2. How is he gonna walk on the trail with semi-trucks crossing the trail? My husband uses the trail. He trains for Ironmans. He uses it frequently. What's gonna happen if someone gets hit by a semi-truck? Who are they gonna sue? What part of your plan is Parks and Rec? That's all I have. Thank you.
Shannon Clark.
Several days ago, Mayor Wilson posted the development process and monument, which is an informational piece explaining the process we are currently embroiled in. He explained that property owners, Connexus, have a right under the approved zoning to submit an application that they believe conforms with the permitted uses established in the zone district. This process should have stopped right there. Why did the planning department accept and so thoroughly review a process that does not conform to our zoning requirements or the comprehensive plan? We are now considering a special district to serve a plan that should never have been entertained. Mayor Wilson explains that the Metro District takes the burden of the affected infrastructure off of the community and applies it solely to the new development. The budget included in the special district plan does not account for significant improvements to Old Denver Road, which will be required. There's no mention of improving the intersections at Baptist Road or 2nd Street, improvements needed to service semi-trucks that currently do not use Old Denver Road. Who will pay for that? The taxpayers will pay for that. Mayor Wilson's clarifications actually serve to point out that we are not following the policy he outlined. The warehouse plan should never have gotten off the starting blocks. Not everyone should be voting on this, and the budget of the special district will stick the town with millions of dollars of improvements to facilitate their development. Thank you.
Brandy Hyatt.
Good evening. My name is Brandy Hyatt. I'm here today as a concerned resident. My husband and I and my family of 6 live in the Santa Fe Trails at Trails End. I'm concerned about the fact that you're getting ready to vote on something that we don't even have any information on. How can we approve something when we don't know what's going to be put in there? We have other issues, bigger issues, about how these developments are going to affect the residents on Old Denver Highway. In addition, what kind of pollution are we going to encounter? With the proposed warehouses, you have noise pollution, you have air pollution, stormwater pollution, all of these factors that will affect those residents. I feel that it is the board's responsibility to take that into consideration. That's all I have to say.
Carol Beinger. Thank you.
My name is Carol Vinger. I live in Trails End. Establishment of this district pertains largely to the Connexus Phase 2 and 3 development plan. As the developer has abandoned the approved sketch plan and is now assuming a totally different, much more intensive use, I submit that there are 2 scenarios that legally preclude you from approving this special district request. The special district includes a budget, presumably to address the distribution plan uses that are included in this proposal. They are projecting a budget for a use that does not comply with either our zoning or the comprehensive plan. It is an illegal use. How in the world can these statutory review requirements be met when they have abandoned the approved sketch plan? And are assuming the ultimate approval of an illegal use. What are they even proposing to service? The adequacy of the budget cannot be assessed until a legal use is proposed. After the developers present an allowable use or rezone, a special district plan should be presented and evaluated. At this point, they cannot prove need or the ability to repay the debt. This district should be disapproved. There is no legal approved plan backing this district. As our comp plan is included in our zoning, it is binding, not advisory. The comp plan's future land use map shows this to be a business campus. That has not changed. This special district application ignores the approved sketch plan and reflects an entirely different use that is not allowed in a business campus. The use that was presented for the rezoned sketch plan approval appeared to be a business campus. This feels like a bait and switch. They are now trying to shoehorn in a heavy industrial use, claiming that it fits within the approved PD, whose allowed uses are listed. The change to a distribution center is not allowable in any of the approved uses. They will argue that this use is allowed in a light industrial zone, which the comp plan clearly defines. Can you have a warehouse? Yes. Can you have semi-trucks? No. The scope and intensity of this use violates each and every point outlined in the light industrial plan. Yet they tell us this is a good thing for Monument. If distribution center is the path forward for the developer, they must apply for a rezone of the property to a PD with a heavy industrial use. Zoning is not in place to allow this project, so the special district should be denied. There is great risk in approving this piecemeal. How can we evaluate this plan if we don't even know what they're going to build? They downplay the use and urge us to just approve the special district, saying it doesn't bind us to land use. It is the camel's nose under the tent. They claim they can do much worse things, so we should be thankful. I can't imagine what that would be. We have the tools to control our future. This is ultimately why we plan and why we zone. I urge you to do the right thing. Approval of any piece of this monstrosity would be imprudent and reckless, and obviously against the will of the people. Please deny this special district at this time.
Matt Brunk.
To the Board of Trustees, people, citizens. I want to take specifically only 3 minutes, as you asked. However, I do feel like it is best for everyone that we wait for Jim Romanello to return from wherever he went, so I have no problem waiting until he gets back.
It's allowable. While we wait, I will go ahead and read in the letter to Monument from Triview Metropolitan District Board of Directors. Regarding Connexus Metro District overlay with Connexus property. On June 17th, 2021, the Triview Metro District Board of Directors unanimously approved Resolution 2021-06, consenting to the organization of the Connexus Commercial Metropolitan District, whose boundaries and services will overlap with the boundaries and services of Triview Metropolitan District. This proposed Metropolitan District provides a means for the developers of the Connexus Business Campus to finance needed improvements within their district boundaries with absolutely no impact on any existing residents' tax. The proposed overlay district will pay for their proportionate share of improvements to Old Denver Highway, which has been neglected for years. It should be pointed out that none of the residential projects along the west side of Old Denver Highway ever contributed to their proportionate share of the Old Denver Highway road improvements. The proposed Connexus overlay district will also provide funding for the installation of the water and sewer mains needed to serve not only the current proposed development, but will enable a 24-acre commercial parcel of land to be reserved within the proposed development. Additionally, this proposed overlay district will provide funding for stormwater, streets, sidewalks, improvements, landscape installation, and landscaping maintenance. Triview staff and the board have been working hard with the developers of this site for several years. Triview has purchased sufficient renewable water supplies to serve this development. Triview has installed a 16-inch water main that has dual purpose of providing water to the site while at the same time providing treated water to the town of Monument through the proposed northern delivery system. Finally, this development will have an appropriate assessed valuation of $107 million, which will generate approximately $800,000 in tax revenue to the Triview Metropolitan District at the district's current mill levy of 26 mills. If Triview were to receive this amount of money, the district's future mill levy would likely be reduced substantially, therefore saving each and every homeowner within the Triview Metropolitan District's boundaries several $100s a year in reduced property tax. It is indeed rare that a project of this magnitude comes along with such a profound financial benefit to the entire Monument community and is why the Triview Board of Directors strongly supports and recommends approval of the Metropolitan District and this proposed project.
Thank you for that. Guys. When was that letter dated?
August 13th, 2021.
Okay, and that was based on which plans that they saw?
It says they approved a resolution.
It seems like, and I must say, I'm glad that I'm going now because there were many intelligent people that went before me. I would never describe myself as overly intelligent, but I will say this. It seems to me that everything that was proposed in these packets on page 41, can you turn it to page 41? This is kind of misleading to me. Do you have page 41 available?
No, sir. Staff has the slides. But page 41 of what document, and I will try to find that.
Okay, fair enough. So residents of Monument, if you could just close your eyes and imagine 6 warehouses at over 1 million square feet up there. That's what I want you to be thinking about. When they say that it does not directly connect with land use, that's a lie. That's a lie. And when Jim Romanello says this approval doesn't necessarily mean that this is approval of land use, that is correct. I believe that. But we have to trust you to approve this and then not that. And tonight, I'm concerned if you approve this, then we have no trust in you to not approve that. And one thing that Mayor stated earlier was that the town and the board have been working diligently with developers to understand what's going in. Pro Temp Elliott, you said they could put a petting zoo on there. The last thing I saw was 6 warehouses. Are they putting a petting zoo in there? That is a direct question.
That was a hypothetical comment.
It was hypothetical. I think we would all agree that if a petting zoo went in there, we'd be extremely happy. And so I think for you and the rest of the board, when you call out rude comments in the area, to keep us focused on where we are supposed to be tonight. When you make a hypothetical, recognize that a petting zoo, when we're dealing with all of our lives and our children and our families, to throw out a hypothetical like that is rude and disingenuous, and quite frankly, there's no place for it. Brock. I'm a civics teacher, and I teach my kids about logic and reason. That's what I do every day. I try to teach them to be exemplary citizens. Is that beeping for 3 minutes? Romanello is gone for like 6. So here's the thing. Brock even said they're working on updating projections. The developer has pulled back those plans. There is no reason why we should even be here tonight because there's no legal reason why we have to pass this tonight. As your own town attorney stated, it's illegal to pass without detailed plans. You asked him the question, he said no. I think he meant yes, but nobody really understood what he said. I'm sorry for being rude, but you guys set the tone, especially with the petting zoo comment and calling out somebody else for being rude. We are here and we are concerned, and I don't think you're taking us seriously. So I will tell you this, to wrap up, because I was taking way too long. As many have shown, this service plan has been found wanting, from 10,000 vehicles to water issues to no detailed plans to the town attorney saying it's not legal to pass tonight. So I believe it's very apropos that we are in a church. Because if you pass this Mount Metro District tonight, may God help you.
Keith Hyatt?
Wife mentioned also generational heritage area. I'm a 5th generation El Paso County native. My kids, actually I'm the 4th generation for the Tri-Lakes area. So I have a lot of vested interest in the community, a lot of compassion, a lot of passion for what it stands for and what the people have always wanted. I kind of got blown away by Jeremy's thing and Steve's also. But one of the things that I wanted to note was that they were asking for $3 million or $6 million, 6.4 as part of this for the road and traffic. You're asking to be approving a district that we're looking at CDOT mentioning could cost upwards of $30 million for road improvements between the Baptist Road interchange and 2nd Street. Who's going to eat the rest of that cost? Not the Metro District, the citizens of the Monument. Our taxes will go up. Our homeowners association dues will be affected by it. And then in the process, it's going to destroy our property values. You're asked. As Jeremy brought up, truckload capacity, the ratings WB 62. typically is developed as a 69-foot semi-tractor trailer. Those weigh upwards of 80,000 pounds each. We're looking at road structures based on what CDOT has just mentioned, as I was in conversation with the developers' crews for TriView, actually having an outside consultant. They're looking at having to restructure the bridge system over the waterways and the pribble habitat. We're expanding that at 15 to 20 feet in elevation and having to widen those roads to nearly 3 lanes, if not 4. Where is that cost going to be included? We're not asking the developers here to eat that cost because typically and technically we have no use for this. We don't need that structure. As we have it right now, the road system is just fine for what we have. The road system is fine for passenger vehicles. But when you start bringing 80,000 pound trucks in here, and they are actually stating up to 300 to 400 a day, those roads are going to fail. Not to mention the safety aspects. I want to refer back, kind of apologize for my lead here with Matt, but he is a little passionate about what he does, and he's a concerned citizen. But I want to look back as part of my comprehensive ideas of what this plan is actually supposed to cover. The comprehensive plan should be used to guide decision-making regarding community character, infrastructure improvements, land use, and the review of developed proposals. Policy decisions should be in line with the relevant plan components. I don't see that. Part of the comprehensive plan also states to follow the community vision. New developments should add to, not detract from, the quality of life, natural features cherished by the citizens. The other part of that, the community values. Citizens of Monument, during your guys' studies of asking the board, having community meetings, getting feedback, one of the things that was mentioned, the small town feel, which creates a sense of community. Quality of life in the area, which includes attributes of location, views to the mountains, unobstructed views, beauty, dark skies, natural environment. All of these things are things that you as elected officials, you're not employed, you don't answer to any of us, we don't pay you. But you are elected. You are, by obligation for the oath you took, supposed to be adhering to these things and considering them. 40 years ago, this row right here would have been run out of town by the citizens. We don't want this. What you guys have done, so what is being presented, is completely illegal. A sketch plan to me is me drawing up a set of house plans on a napkin at a bar, presenting it to you, and having you sign off on it and say the inspections are done. We don't have final plans, just like the church did, as was mentioned earlier. Drawings, physical drawings, detailed drawings of exactly what's going to be there. Why should this vote go through and be passed? You guys looking at this tonight, accepting it, trying to pass it and push this through the system is reckless, and it's completely irresponsible on your part as servants of the community. And I can say I have a lot to lose. Generations here. I've had generations that lost due to eminent domain in the area. But I can say that's the case with my compassion, my understanding of what the town wants and represents, and what this town should have. Come election time, maybe I'll be looking for one of your seats on the board.
Josh Watt.
Thank you for your time tonight. As one of those living in the neighborhoods just west of the proposed Metro Service District, my wife, 6 kids, and I, 2 dogs, we don't count the tortoise and the reptiles, frequently use the Santa Fe Trail, and we're concerned with the safety of the trail use given the proposed and retracted plan. It was brought up by the applicant that we, the town of Monument, will benefit by the improvements, especially to Old Denver Road. I do not see how we will benefit by the improvements while at the same time getting screwed over by the improvements made. As previously mentioned, the proposed improvements are not adequate and not needed based on the current use. Approving the Metro District prior to knowing the intended use of the land and need the space is extremely short-sighted. Approving a Metro service plan based on the sketch plan is foolish without understanding the full development at hand. Megan mentioned that it's normal to approve a service plan prior to having an approved development plan. However, that does not have to be true. The town of Monument can be different. On the question of the possibility of dissolving a district, if it gets approved, it's going to be impossible. Based on the fact that there are currently drainage pipes and excavators on the land ready to get to work tomorrow, assuming the approval of the Metro service plans tonight. The board does have a choice, however, and may disapprove of the Metro service plan if evidence is not presented that the proposal is in substantial compliance with the comprehensive plan. You are given the legal authority and the ability tonight to stop this without any fault on the Board of Trustees due to a lack of substantial compliance. You have the ability to deny this Metro plan with a vote due to lack of compliance, and I encourage you to do so.
Claus Cinch?
Klaus Cinch. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the great comments and research from the my neighbors, I can call them. I wanted to say something to the warehouse part and maybe save money possibly here. I've had a 30-year career, logistics, warehouse management, developing warehouses, and it can go two ways. There's plenty of warehouse space out here nowadays. Nobody's brought the attention to that. I don't see Monument, or if we just talk about the warehouses that I know about, this is not a turning point for trucking. For logistics, we don't have a major airport here. I deal with customers from here to Wyoming, and the industry would not support such a thing. Great points about the trucking, the weights of trucks, and the destruction that they can cause on the roads. Some of the other points, trucking and warehousing runs 24/7, 365. I say that because I've worked those shifts, I've ran shifts, and you know, if there's a promise that there's going to be full warehouses and everybody's going to make a lot of money, then I haven't heard yet any solid clients or customers who are going to move operations to Monument. We are not near a railhead. Denver Airport is 70 miles away. Springs has Amazon going on already down there. And before we see the helmets and the silver shovels come out, I think we really have to address that part about congestion and the overage of warehouse space in this state and many states. I know from coming here from Illinois years ago, it starts to go two ways. It's going to be vacant, possibly forever, and be an eyesore to those of you who go by it every day. The safety issue was brought up, and if it goes the other way and it's full and everybody's making good money and the trucks are rolling in and out, you're going to have garbage, noise, hazardous materials possibly coming in and out, depending who the clients are. So before all that goes down, I just wanted to say that those are the realities of some of the warehouse space excess that we live in now. And if there's a development or a way to develop it for something else, I think we've heard some other ideas. I won't go on about the zoo, but those types of things, other than more warehouse space, especially now, is not needed. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments. At this point, we are going to take a 10-minute recess. Does anybody have the other list or an additional speakers list? Does anybody know where that list is? Somebody was holding something up in the back. Okay. That's fine. We're going to take a 10-minute recess and then we'll start back up. Okay, we are going to return to our public comments. Our first citizen to speak would like to wait just a moment while everybody gets back to their seats. Barbara, do you mind if we skip you for a moment? Okay. Todd Darilam.
I'm Todd Dearlam, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to y'all. I just have 2 points, the one specifically addressing the service plan, the service district, and the second more general. Regarding Old Denver Road and its limited weight bearing capacity. If Old Denver Road doesn't have the strength to support or the width to support the increased truckloads, and Old Denver Road has to be rebuilt, and the town requires the rebuilding of a road and say a public improvement agreement, I'm not sure the current proposed district has allocated enough money to do this. There's not enough detail in the plan right now to ensure the proposed district is sufficient to properly improve the property. Thus, I believe it's premature to approve this district. And just in a more general comment, the plan that I've seen of the Alpine Distribution Center, the website out there, does not seem to match the character of the town of Monument. Currently, we are a small town up the hill with good schools, a nice lake, and a cute downtown. With these developments, we'll become the town with the big, ugly warehouses. Thank you.
Ms. Nitt?
Absolutely no option of talking tonight,
Ma'am?
but I'm not talking.
No, you're to address the board. It's to present to the board.
All right, everybody out here, I just want to give you an idea of how this all started. I am the person that went to the meeting at that point in time. He received a letter. I don't know why I got the letter, because I'm not within 500 feet of a warehouse, but I got it. And the entire area was colored yellow. So I went to the meeting with a few other people. And when we got there, suddenly there were 6 huge warehouses. So they knew all along that this was the plan, but they didn't put it out to the public. And the only public they put it out to But supposedly the people, if you were within 500 feet of a warehouse, it was not the 5 subdivisions directly across the street. Those people were not given the courtesy of being made aware of what was coming to their neighborhood. So I wanted to talk to Mr. Shuck tonight, but I see that he isn't quite back yet. Oh, he's in the back. Mr. Shuck? Hi, I'm Barbara Knitt. I am a resident of Santa Fe Trails. I've been in Santa Fe Trails for 16 years. This is directly across the street from the property that you own. I have been in the area for 37 years, and I have always heard your name related with projects that improve areas, not projects that destroy areas. And I'm just here, I don't have facts. I'm not sharing facts. I'm just sharing from my heart. As someone who has been in this area for 37 years, I have never fought a development before. And I have seen tremendous change. But this is just not acceptable for a monument. I'm a grandmother, and I have 3 grandchildren that live directly across the street, besides myself. The 2 twins are 16. They just learned how to drive. They need to use Old Denver Road to get to Lewis Palmer High School. I have a 10-year-old granddaughter. She has to ride the bus to get to Bear Creek Elementary School. My husband is an Alzheimer's patient. He doesn't live at home anymore. He lives in Jackson Creek Senior Living. I use that Old Denver Highway every day to get over to see him. I don't want to fight 18-wheelers to go see him. I don't want my grandchildren competing with 18-wheelers to drive to their high school. And I don't want my youngest granddaughter's bus to be competing with 18-wheelers to get to school on time. Please hear us. Please hear us. Please consider not only those of us that live in the 5 neighborhoods across from where you want to build these warehouses, but all of Monument, all of 105, all of Baptist Road. This is not who we are. I don't think this is who you are either. Just consider us.
The next name, I'm going to read the address because I cannot read the name. 15861. Will you say that again for us? Name, what your name was?
It's Fred.
Okay, thank you.
It's F-R-U-E. Appreciate you guys taking the time tonight to listen to us. We've got a lot of concerns and complaints. What I want to talk about a little bit, though, is what's going on and what we've heard tonight. I've heard it several times tonight, is we don't know. With that being said, I don't know how you vote. I don't know how you vote unless you know what you're voting on. That's probably the bottom line on that. And that's my biggest concern. Take your time, study it, get the additional information, and know what you're voting on. Right now, everybody out here, nobody wants it. I want to see you do the right thing for our community. So I ask you to do that. The second thing I'd like to talk about is it seems that nobody can control Pilot. We have issues out there with trucks parking overnight. We have human waste, we have trash, we have dumping, we have all that that's going to go into this area. With this trucking, warehousing going in, we're going to have overnight parking that's going to last several hours of diesels running, probably parked along Old Denver. So we'd like to have you take that into consideration. The other issue that I have is the policing aspect. The traffic control just up by Pilot on Baptist there is terrible. We constantly have trucks rolling through the stop signs there that need to be addressed. You're going to have it down here because everybody runs those stop signs down there. There's got to be some kind of strict control, if it's by lights or whatever, but to ensure the safety of the civilians around them. And then the last thing on the safety issue is you've got the ballpark right there. You got where kids play Little League. You know, we've all seen little kids run after a ball. You know, you got 18-wheelers going down there 24 hours a day. You know, of course, the kids aren't going to be there at that time, but got issues that are be long-lasting, and it's just something that needs to be addressed before you. I'm not talking about property use and stuff like that. I'm just looking at what's happening in the community now. You guys know better than I do what the reports are from the police department stuff. I do know I've seen several incidents over there where people have been assaulted at Pilot. There's been a couple of deaths in the area there. Whether those were due to people being assaulted or whatever because there's not proper lighting and that, I don't know. You guys know, but that's something that needs to be addressed. So you look at that. And then I guess lastly, the thing that I would like to say is you read a letter tonight that said there will be savings to us as homeowners of a couple $100 a year. I'm not willing to trade a couple $100 a year in taxes for thousands of dollars in property value. So if you would look at that, I mean, a little tidbit, I mean, it's not enough. It's not a good enough trade. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and please do the right thing.
John Fignot.
Hey, thanks for listening and being here tonight. I appreciate what you folks do. I know it's a tough job, and I truly do appreciate it. My name's John Fagnant. I live in Monument, and I appreciate all my neighbors out here tonight. I spent, just to qualify myself, I spent over 20 years in the government and another 20 years in big industry in leadership, in executive management. So I'm very familiar and used to hearing and seeing legal language and legal discussion. In that light, I applaud the planning director and the commercial district in their use of creative legal language tonight to appear to create a no harm and advantage to Monument. I'm not buying it. Neither are my neighbors. I learned a few things tonight. I've changed what I'm going to say. So first, I learned that my interpretation of the word improvements is wrong. That an improvement that virtually destroys access to the Santa Fe Trail for our community is an improvement. That we get to be part of an urban commercial sprawl event is an improvement. That we get to provide for removal of bicycle and foot traffic into our neighborhoods is an improvement adjacent to our homes. That the creation of noise, light, water, and air pollution in our downtown district, right in the middle of our downtown, is an improvement. And then finally, that providing easy access for 60 to 80,000 pound trucks is an improvement. I don't like those improvements. I don't like them at all. So I'm with the guy who says, I'll pay the damn taxes. I also learned that zoning for this area was done in 1987. Wow. So 31 years later, in 2018, Monument finally got engaged on a plan. I know you guys didn't have to worry about those previous 31 years, but a lot has happened in those years, including our neighborhoods. Shouldn't Monument consider what might have made our zoning a concern that would affect our current citizens? I'm talking about heavy industry now. So Monument has effects, right? A lot of these things, it doesn't affect our taxes, but it affects our citizens physically. And it also will affect our town's services, our police, our fire, our support. All of those systems are going to be affected. So let's stop leading the audience and insulting our intelligence by asking and posing specific questions, Board of Trustees, that try to make this sound like a positive. Let's not hide behind the smoke of legalese. Rather, just do the right thing out in the clear in plain language. Thank you.
Amy Brunk.
Hello, Board of Trustees. Based on security projections, there were 1,000 Monument voters attending this meeting tonight. Good. Lots of people have made the putting the cart before the horse argument, but someone needs to connect the dots. CRS 32-1-2032 provides that the Board of Trustees shall disapprove the service plan unless there is satisfactory evidence that B, the existing service in the area to be served by the proposed special district is inadequate for present and projected needs. Certainly the existing infrastructure is adequate for the present need as it is vacant or being used by cattle for grazing. So the question is this: is the infrastructure adequate for the projected needs? How can you possibly answer that question if we don't know what the projected needs are? Are the projected needs infrastructure to service a petting zoo? Are the projected needs large warehouses? Who knows? I just spoke with one of the builders and he told me he didn't know what the building plans are. He hasn't seen them. So the developer doesn't even know what's going in there. But one thing is clear, given the existing zoning and the comprehensive plan, the projected needs cannot possibly be based on the warehouse's plan as submitted. The bottom line is that you can't possibly know what the projected needs are until you know what the development will look like. So it's impossible for Connexus to have provided satisfactory evidence that a special district is necessary for the projected needs. Thank you.
Doreen Bisland.
Listening to all of us. I have to be right at the mic. Okay. Well, I'm a photographer and I've seen these eagles many times. My neighbor, yeah. And she told me that they were on the poles again. So I took pictures of the mother, father, and baby eagle. They are there often. This time I had my camera with me because Bethany made me aware. We can't ruin their home area. All these wonderful speakers that we've had have given you astronomical information. To me, we all should have left already with the amazing speakers that were up here. So please make the right decision. I'm a mom of 5. I've lived in that subdivision right next to that monstrosity that's going to be built, possibly. And now I have 2 grandchildren I take care of 5 days a week that live there. I don't want them subjected to all of this mess. And also I used to help the deaf, and one 18-wheeler is 100 decibels. You know what's safe for our ears? 65. One truck. Put that into consideration. That's going to be affecting all of your hearing, all of our children who are growing up. More issues to consider. Thank you.
Andy Lee.
Hello, board, applicants, planning commissioner. Thank you for having us all here tonight. We greatly appreciate your time. It's long, and I know a lot of you expected it, but we're still going. I'm going to piggyback off of some of the things that Amy Brunk just said. She wasn't just before me, but the one before, that spoke specifically to requirement 1 on the site plan service plan requirements, sorry, to clarify. And so planning commissioner, I will have a question for you at the end of this as to genuinely if after the end of this meeting you still believe that they meet number 1 of that requirement. And then board, to you as well. The packet that all of you received and reviewed does propose information on page 15 with public improvement cost estimates. Those estimates are based off of land development proposals. While I recognize we're not approving the site plan for land development tonight, I would put forth that the estimates that are proposed for public improvement are based on that site plan for land development. Continued in that packet, you also see that on page 40 and 41, there's a seller infrastructure exhibit. I know it's been referred to a couple of times, but to say that you have not seen a site plan for the land development and to base your budget and information off of it, when you include it in your proposal for your service plan, makes this conversation absolutely ridiculous. I would like to also submit that In page 46 of the Connexus commercial, or of the packet, there's a Connexus commercial development summary, Exhibit E, which has valuations for warehouses. Those valuations, I'm assuming, were the information that were used by the Tri-View Metropolitan District based on what they believe the revenues of the land development will be. If the site plan is going to be drastically altered, it calls into question the entire budget that you have proposed for public improvements. It calls into question the entire proposal that the Tri-View Metropolitan District has reviewed at base for their revenue. So respectfully, applicants, just as the site plan development has been pulled to be reviewed and is potentially being overhauled and resubmitted, I would suggest that you pull your service plan development, review it when a new site plan is more finalized with more accurate budgets for public improvements and more accurate budgets for what the expected income will be for the Tri-View Metropolitan District. It is something that you could consider doing tonight in your rebuttal. Also, back to you, Commissioner. If all of those things for the site plan development are genuinely in question, can you really say that there is a projected need for that development? Because we can't even talk about it. And board, finally and respectfully, I would say if they don't pull their service plan request tonight, that the only appropriate response is for you to say, we're going to vote no. It doesn't preclude them from coming back again and presenting a new Metropolitan District plan when the site plan is more finalized. Thank you.
Gail Drum.
But I spent 8 years up where you guys were. So, but we're going to go back a little bit in history here. The district over there was saying our housing projects did not pay into Old Denver Road because Monument didn't own it. It's only annexed afterwards. And Old Denver Road used to east of the Santa Fe Trail. So right west of Valero, where the interchange section is, you go north where they built that entrance. We actually had to mitigate over the old highway because they thought it was historical, like Route 66. So that road used to run up to 105 on the east side. So why are we even messing with where Denver Road is now? Here, so let's see. Oh, you look north, right of Valero, there's a fire plug that works out there in that field, that along that old road. I know we're using it now for a water distribution for construction. Hopefully we're getting big money for it. So I guess I don't see it where it quite matches the comprehensive plan, especially if they're going to do away with Santa Fe Trail. and they're wanting to move it and have somebody else pay for the trail routing over by 25. What I was understanding, and I guess one thing I learned was one car does one car damage. One truck can do 500 plus car damage. Some say it's up to 5,000. I don't know. But that's why right lanes get tore up so fast on roads, because of 80,000 pounds. But so my biggest suggestion is go twist GoCo's arm, buy it for green space. There you go.
Renee Olmsted.
I have some documents for you just to look over later. I only have 6 copies, so if one of you wants to give one up.
We'll have staff make a copy for the
Submit it to the record. My name is Renee Olmsted. My husband, Don, and I are celebrating our 24th anniversary today. Which also represents the number of years we've lived in the Trilux area in Glen Eagle. Monument is a special place. Monument is our town too. It is where we go to church. It is where we send our children to school. It is where we walk on the Santa Fe Trail. It is where we celebrate the 4th of July. It's where we eat out. It's where we meet friends for coffee. It is where we have created so many memories. Just off of Old Denver Highway, my daughters took dance lessons at Cindy's Dance Factory. They've rock climbed and ice skated at their sock and roll. They've lined up for the 4th of July parade and cleaned up the Santa Fe Trail with their Girl Scout troops. I refer you to the American Cancer Society. Oh, I'm sorry, I want to introduce this. Besides maintaining the beauty and quaintness of this special town, as a nurse, I'm concerned about the adverse health effects of living in a diesel death zone. That is potentially Monument, Colorado, with the approval of a heavy industrial distribution center. I refer you to the American Cancer Society document that I have for you that states, exhaust from diesel engines brings a complex mixture of soot and gases to roadways, cities, farms, and other places. Health concerns about diesel exhaust relate not only to cancer, but also to other health problems such as lung and heart diseases. I would also like to refer you to a press release titled, New Medical Study Says Diesel Exhaust May Cause Asthma, not just aggravate it. The press release was put out by UCSF School of Medicine, the National Resource Defense Council. Dr. Gina Solomon, MD, Senior Scientist of the Medical Study on diesel exhaust and asthma stated, the tiny particles in diesel exhaust bypass our respiratory defenses and lodge deep into the lungs. Once there, they stimulate an immune response that triggers inflammatory changes, airway constriction, mucus production, and symptoms of asthma. So, if a heavy industrial distribution complex is allowed to move forward, what is next? Our children get sicker, we get more cancer, and people will move away for good reasons. Lucky for us, we can look into the future by observing the tragedies that a similar community in California is dealing with today. Please refer to the 2021 LA Times article. Because of negative health outcomes related to a diesel death zone, the state has implemented new rules to mitigate pollution, such as only using electric or natural gas trucks, installing charging stations, and putting air filters in neighboring schools. So my question for all of you is, what is next?
Hiram Wolf.
Thank you. It's actually Hiram Wolf, but anyway. A lot of what I was going to talk about has already been covered, so I'll try and make my comments a little more brief. But the one glaring thing that comes out for me is you don't design a foundation unless you know what the structure that's going to be built on it looks like. Unless you know what that structure looks like, you can't establish a budget for it. I worked here as a police officer in the town from 2005 to 2008 in Alton. One of the projects I worked on at that time was trying to figure out what we can do to mitigate the illegal trucking already running through town at that time. About that time is when Beacon Light Road collapsed, costing the town about $110,000 to repair it because of illegal traffic. The railroad bridge running over Highway 105 was struck by an illegal trucker at one point, causing also hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage and resulting in 105 being closed down for several days. In response to that, the department at that time in the town sponsored me to go off and become a certified commercial vehicle inspector. From that, the town's the ordinances adopted by the towns governing commercial motor vehicle traffic were actually drafted by me and submitted to the town in 2006, which were adopted. So all those fines, including the truck route, at least the initial truck routes, are things that I worked on. It is true that Old Denver Road is a main artery, and in fact, the main artery through town, which is also exactly why I omitted it as a truck route through the city. That's also why commercial vehicle traffic wasn't approved for 2nd Street either. It occurs to me, I now work for another agency, but I still live here in Monument. Last couple of years, it's been days where I've been delayed trying to get to work due to an overturned semi trying to turn into pilot. Severe weather that we get here has certainly an impact, because as soon as they can't get up to Baptist Road or up to the interstate on Baptist, they're going to use Old Denver Road. We already know that Old Denver Road is already difficult to maintain and already has some maintenance challenges. So, in short, At this point, I don't know how we can move forward with the Metro District when we don't have a realistic idea of what's going to be built there in the first place. If we approve this plan and this budget moving forward now, what happens if the development changes requiring increased infrastructure to the area? Who's responsible for that? I'd also like to point out, and I know this will probably come up later on in further development discussions, is the impact to public safety. I know under the International City Managers Association, there is a formula out there that exists that helps predict the number of calls for service or increased calls for service for police and fire based on square footage of a facility and what that facility is. I'm hoping that'll be addressed also, because I know from my own experience, this will impact the area significantly. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Mike Baldwin. Looks like.
Thank you for letting me have the time to speak. Just listen to everybody out here. A lot of good points being brought up. I've heard only one from the board, the planning commission, and the applicant. A couple $100 a lower tax is big deal. It's not worth it. I haven't heard any arguments on why this is so good for Monument. It's not. It's an eyesore, a danger. Many other things have been brought up that are great ideas. A couple other things. I've been personally involved in semis on roads that aren't supposed to be there that have jackknifed, i.e. the bomb cyclone. Coming down Perry Park Road, and that was the only artery open because 25 was all jammed. So where did the semis go? Perry Park, just north of Palmer Lake. One jackknife in front of us, one jackknife going northbound. Closed for what, 13 hours. Forced my family and all of our friends to spend the night in Larkspur Fire Department, which was a really good experience for them, but could have been avoided. Other things that haven't been addressed by the applicants. Gentleman earlier just brought it up with the amount of police that are going to be needed for 300 to 500 trucks a day. What are they transporting? Large thing now is human trafficking, sex trafficking, drugs. The one gentleman said, we're on the main artery, the logistics. Oh, that's perfect to slip things by. How is our Monument Police Department going to handle that? Is that budgeted? Is that in our budget? It's all going to come down on the taxpayers. You guys have no evidence presented to you to approve this. It's been brought up many times. I don't remember the name of the statutory code that you guys plan off of, but it was conveniently left out. We don't know, but the evidence is not there to approve this plan. Why shoehorn something that doesn't exist now with a sketch plan that doesn't exist, that is fictitious? Why are we approving this? Why rush this? Not needed. And from all the people here and their concerns about safety and just not being a benefit at all to Monument, you've awakened the sleeping giant. Thank you for your time.
Julie Vaughan.
Good evening. My name is Julie Vaughn. Family and I live on Ranchero Drive in Santa Fe Trails. Wow, there is a lapse on this thing here. First of all, I'd like to say that I don't think Mr. Shuck cares about our comments, because I saw him on his phone in the back of the room a little while ago, and I said, "Why aren't you listening?" And he said, "I am listening." I said, "It didn't look like it." We moved here to Monument 20 years ago. At the time, we were told that Monument had a past history of being known as a truck stop town, but that it was working on improving the image and making it into a family town. As you can tell, I'm not from around here. I'm from Georgia. My husband worked at Peterson Air Force Base the last 20 years that we've lived here. We felt this town was important enough to stay here to raise our children. He would drive 45 minutes to an hour every day, one way, back and forth to Peterson, because this town is important to us. All three of our children graduated from Lewis Palmer High School. I believe that the monument stands at the crossroads of its own history. With the threat of overdevelopment, we are facing increased pollution, broken down roads, nightmare traffic, damage to our wildlife, and a reputation, once again, of being known as a truck stop town. Do you really want that? We do not want this new district. Let the record show that loud and clear. I believe that we as citizens should take to task attorney, I believe your name was Dykstra, yes. I believe we should take him to task for saying that this developer is going to pay his own way. We're going to be paying it the way. We're going to be paying it misery, living here, traffic. I believe we should require the developer to consider that if he is allowed to continue with this monstrosity, that we will receive a written report of all persons and companies who will profit from this decision. I think we need a contract with Mr. Shuck for him to pay 50% of his profits to Monument for the first 20 years. I think there should be a requirement that the warehouses cannot operate except for 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. if they're allowed. I think Mr. Shuck should pay for the interstate overpass from Higbee Road to the west side of I-25 in order to somewhat pay traffic misery we're about to encounter. I think Mr. Shuck should pay for a high-scale neighborhood park on Old Denver Highway. with input from the neighborhoods. I think he should pay a monthly nuisance payment to the neighbors in those 5 neighborhoods. I think he should pay for an aesthetically pleasing border wall or barrier wall, excuse me, by the warehouses if they're approved, which the neighbors have input for. This development is going to be a disaster for our town, and we're going to be known as a truck stop town again if you don't stop it. Thank you.
Ken Fiveham. Ken. I'll skip him for now. Robert Gaspar.
Good evening. I'd like to bring this to the attention of the board, if they're not already aware of it, that there is an advertisement out. There's a publication out, a document out there that Bucknell Industries and or CBRE is already listing what is being proposed here tonight for lease. So I'm going to just read quickly what it says. It says available opportunities, and it says that there's a 1.76940 million square feet master planned Class A modern bulk distribution facilities. So they're not even listing it as mixed use. It's not built yet. And in the last bullet, it also says the second largest city in Colorado, but more cost effective and less congested than Denver or Boulder. According to the plat, which everybody should have and everybody should have reviewed, this proposed site and these proposed facilities are in the town of Monument, correct? So in the last bullet, they're referencing the second largest city, and according to the data by the state of Colorado, Monument rates like 42nd or 43rd. So this is inaccurate. And so I would ask that the board contact these people and withdraw this solicitation for a master plan park that is yet to be approved or built.
Janet Ladowski.
Trustees, Mayor, thank you for letting us speak off topic. I was told originally that we could only speak to the Metro District Service Plan, and you've given us an opportunity to speak to what's really troubling us. So I initially got involved in this because Barb Knitt invited me to that informational meeting in July. And I was shocked. Michael DeGrant put up that view of the 6 warehouses and talked about how amazing this would be for our community. The lack of honesty in sending that letter only to people who were 500 feet from the development has caused us to lose trust in our leaders of this community. You woke up a sleeping giant. From a very small handful of people at that informational meeting, you now have this. And we're not going away. I think we were a complacent community because it was quiet. There was not much happening. I am guilty of that. I did not go to trustee meetings. I was enjoying our community, as I think all of us are. Old Denver Highway is quiet. By the way, I live in Pastimes. So we sat back and we trusted our board of trustees to be looking out for us. And we've discovered that's not happening. We will be attending meetings. We will be reading our newspaper more carefully and looking at the Town of Monument website, because we cannot trust that this won't happen again. Talking to the Metro District Service Plan, I don't see how this can be approved without knowing what the development will finally be. There is a huge difference between 6 gigantic warehouses and something we really need in this community, a sports complex like the one on Briargate near Memorial Hospital North. We had somebody speak about that cute little baseball diamond that we have right off of Old Denver Road. And I know there's some fields available in our high schools, but we're a growing community and we need a lot more. And I also think I can speak for the people here. We are willing to pay more in taxes to get something that will be of value to our community instead of saving a few $100s to have something built like the warehouses. And then going back to Old Denver Road, we had several people speak to that. The 500 feet on each side from the going to 4 lanes. We were told by the county that the Santa Fe Trail would not move. There is no way that can be done without impacting the trail. One of my questions is, who holds the bond? If something happens and we have a downturn in the economy and the developer cannot finish it, leaves it, who pays for finishing the work, taking care of the damage of the land after they've ripped it up? This has happened before in other of our communities. I learned today about one community, the HOA is having to pay for retaining walls because the developer pulled out. These are important things to be looked at. But in conclusion, if we look at criteria 1, 2, and 4, the needs cannot be met with the knowledge that we have right now. Thank you.
Ken Fivehum. Last attempt for him. Okay, that completes those that were signed up before. Yes, ma'am. Come forward, please.
Thank you so much.
Will you state your name and your address?
And my address.
Yes, or you can just sign up on a sheet.
Okay, Elise Ford, 17135 Mountain Lake Drive, which literally backs up to the road. So to start my remarks, you say that this is for approval for the Metro District, but it's not an approval for the warehouse. That's the only plan we have to go off. So my remarks are prepared in regards to that. First, I want to talk about value. We bought our house in 2019 because the land was zoned for mixed use. At least that's what we were told. We are a military family. That was our first home we could ever purchase after serving overseas. I can say that if this proposal is built, we cannot stay. We bought our house because we love the trail, we love our house, we love the neighborhood, we love how close we are to the mountains. We figured the land would be developed. We're not naive. But we thought it's within 1 mile of the downtown monument. We didn't think that the land would be pimped out like this. I don't know how else to describe it. It was pimped out. In regards to value, we've had 3 realtors warn us about what this will do for our property values. We have 2 appointments this week for them to come assess our home value. If there's so the home value now, and then what if there's 4 warehouses behind my backyard? It's not looking good. We will lose money. Our neighbors just sold their house. They emailed the town, I don't know how they did it, but they said, we received this in the mail that says that this warehouse is going to be built. Can we dispute it? Can we express our dissatisfaction? And they were told, no, this is pretty much a done deal. We spoke in early August. So that's the value piece. The desire piece. We told ourselves that, again, Monument wouldn't let anything that bad happen this close to downtown. We use that trail at least 5 times a week. We walk, bike, run. We most recently biked into town to go eat ice cream at Lolly's this past weekend. We have an 18-month-old son, rides in a trailer behind us. I can't ride that with an 18-wheeler crossing over Santa Fe Trail 3 times. Other pieces about the desire. I don't want the sound of idling trucks. I don't want pollution. I don't want the lights in my backyard. I'm so disappointed in this town that this is even being proposed. Again, it's the pimping out of our land that is prime. It's beautiful. Third concern is safety. That has been addressed a million times. Sex trafficking, drug trafficking in the trucking hub communities. I fear that that will happen right behind my backyard. I worry about the road in the winter. That is the most dangerous road on my commute into town for my work, which is in Colorado Springs. Third is crossing the trail. Air quality, asthma, cancer. And then what I was reading is that we have to keep it 2-lane road for 3 to 5 years, and then we can expand the road. That seems dangerous as well. And then in finality, what are our alternatives? Some people have proposed some really good alternatives if it has to be developed, which I understand. They paid money for this land. It has to be developed. Rec center sounds great. An outdoor pool sounds great. But if it has to be commercial, the shops like Briargate, or the shops down like where Costco is, some nice retailers. You can't move to Monument without $500,000 right now. So let's get Trader Joe's, let's get Whole Foods, nice places. Thank you. Another idea is, and I don't know if this can happen, but what if we have residential across from residential and then commercial across from commercial? So if you're the ice rink, then you can do commercial. But for our homes, I don't mind having more neighbors back there. It's apartment complexes or whatever. So that's my comments. Thank you so much for listening. I didn't think I'd be the last person tonight. I really appreciate your time.
Mr. Mayor. My name is Ashley Fritz, and I live at 2050 Wagon Gap Trail. And I'm sad to see myself standing up here once again after going through the methadone clinic issue that we had with the town. And my question to the Board of Trustees is, do you not live in Monument? Do you not think about the things that are important to this community? Do you not have the same drive that our neighbors do? Do you not enjoy the outdoors? The one thing, I moved here in 2007 and I built the Trail Lakes YMCA, and I was so blessed to be able to move here for a job, and I've never left. And the best part about the Y is that it provided a sense of community to all these people here. And then I got to let my two daughters build in this pool that I built. And then that year when we built the Y, we joined the whole town of Monument and what I call small town America. And that is the 4th of July in the town of Monument. And there are more floats, there are more students, there are more Corvettes, old cars, the Renaissance Fair participates, and they all line up down Old Denver Highway. And how are we going to do that and continue the tradition of what Monument brings for small town America and for supporting the Knights of Columbus in the biggest pancake breakfast ever made, or the race that comes from Palmer Lake to Monument on that morning? How do we continue to do that if we are running semis all the time, 24/7? The town hours of work is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to, I believe, 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Those should be the same hours required. The noise is going to be insane. And what this community needs is a school. You talk about these mill levies and raising all these mill levies, like it's so easy, but nobody in the town of Monument will get a school built. So I asked Mr. Shuck, if you are still here, donate some land, please. Our children are sitting in mobile trailers. We don't have enough schools for all these 399 homes that was approved to be built in Willow Springs, which is west of our 5 neighborhoods in the mountain. It is insane, the growth here. It's amazing though. But let's support the growth with things that will continue to drive it. Bring people here. Don't push us away. I love this town, and I am proud to be a member of this Monument community, and I am proud to say that I built the Trail Lakes YMCA, and I am proud that the things that we do provide a better sense of community. We need community, and this is not community.
I take much of your time, but I want to thank you for holding this meeting for us. One thing that has been forgotten was just a few years ago, we had a toxic spill behind the Santa Fe Trails neighborhood. I live in Pastimes. My name is Lachelle Brown. And the Old Denver Highway is the only egress for us in case of an evacuation. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, I'm Sherry Heisel at 1929 Wagon Gap Trail. And I just want to make this really brief. My house is on the corner of Old Denver Road and Wagon Gap Trail. So I, like many others, will be right beside whatever's developed. Every winter / spring, because snow happens for 6 to 7 months here, bad weather, I see cars outside my window in ditches.
every year. We've had people come into our home because it was too cold for them to sit in their car until they could get help. If there are, well, there's going to be more traffic, regardless of what's built. So the idea is to be smart about what traffic we allow to be there. So again, if we don't have evidence that this metro district can be approved right now, we shouldn't. We should wait. If we are allowed to wait for actual plans that have been approved that are a good development for our town, then we should wait. If we can legally wait, we should wait. I don't have the answer to that because I'm not an expert on the legalities of that. But all I can imagine is if it's something that's developed based off of the pictures in the packet, there will be semis in the ditch. I have seen cars coming northbound. Well, I've seen this happen twice, flipping, going through that S curve and landing in the field, that big runoff that nothing can be built on because of the mice. And it's a runoff for the 25. I have seen it flipped over and people injured. It can only get worse. And that's in between where the houses have been built and where I live, where those cars land. So it's just another thought. It's back to the infrastructure of the road and whether it can really tolerate what is essentially being proposed or has been somewhat proposed. That's all I have to say.
Okay, before we close the public comment period, do we have anybody else wanting to make comment? Okay, we will, okay.
Hello, my name is Tracy Bug, 2279 Blizzard Valley Trail, Santa Fe Trails. I live in Pastimes as well. One thing I just wanted to add that hasn't been said yet, for the past couple years that we've lived here, we've had major snowstorms that have shut down the ability for the kids to get home from school. There have been times where our kids haven't been bused home to our neighborhood until 6 o'clock at night. And that's with no semis blocking all of Baptist from Bear Creek, from Lewis Palmer High School, from the middle school. We have significant weather here. And that is something we need to take into consideration if you have kids camped out at the schools all night because they cannot get home. That is a huge liability. Not to mention wildfires that could come through, and Old Denver Road is our only point of evacuation. What about ambulances, fire, police? If we need help, how will they get to us? There is a senior living center right on Old Denver Road next to Arlene's Beans. There is constant need for ambulance care there. How are they going to get the help that they need in an already established center? Please consider the safety of our town and the lives and the jobs of those who serve our community. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 public comments online. Mr. Anderson, if you'll let me know who and if they're ready. He's connected.
Mr. Mayor, he should be connected and ready.
Okay, Bradley Smith, if you're listening, you have the floor. Mr. Smith, if you are speaking, you are muted at this time. Will you unmute yourself? Mr. Switek, would you like to comment on this item?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate your time. I know it's been a long night. I am calling you from Washington, D.C. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I hope you listen to the people who are going to be affected by this. And I understand that there are boilerplate lawyers out there who are telling us not to worry about what we have to do right now. But I would ask you to very carefully watch every step of this process and listen at every step of this process and understand what's going to happen if we just sort of do what we've always done in Monument for the last 12 years that I've been here and just sort of said, yes, 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 yes. This is going to affect the way that this town looks. And I don't think anybody moved here to live in a truck stop. Thank you.
Mr. Smith? Bradley Smith? That muted is not on our end. It's on their end. Mr. Smith, if you would like to speak, you are currently muted. Okay, Mr. Anderson, let's move to the next one. Okay, Miss Maggie, if you would like to speak, go ahead and unmute, and you have the floor. Jen Maggie, would like to speak. Mr. Foreman, will you make note of those two names for another time?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Miss Maggie, if you would like to speak, it is your turn. Okay, last try for Jen McGee. If you would like to speak, you have the floor. Mr. Anderson, let's move down to Patricia. Online, Patricia Manis, if you would like to speak, you now have the floor. Patricia Manis, online. You have your hand up as if you would
Yes,
like to
I'm
speak.
sorry. I'm sorry. I just figured out how to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for getting a chance for all of us to be heard tonight, since we all have a stake in this community, which we love so much. I live at 1305 Meadow Lake Way Monument in Woodmore. I would just like to read an excerpt if you will, from the Monument Comprehensive Plan. Number one, new development should add to and not detract from the quality of life and natural features cherished by the citizens. Number two, maintain a balance between developed lands and natural amenities through the Tri-Lakes area. Number three, continue revitalization efforts in the downtown area by promoting more community gathering places, events, and a broader mix of uses that will ensure that the downtown continues to serve as the heart of the community, a place for eating, entertainment, specialty retails, and live-work housing. Number four, provide the residents of Monument with adequate and cost-effective public facilities and community services by coordinating and consolidating the delivery of services, particularly water and sewer. Number five, continue to develop and maintain a park and open space system that is linked together by a series of trails and sidewalks. Now, as I read that, I don't see anything that this particular proposal gives the town of Monument that is in our community vision. So I would just like to ask the board to think through that. These are the comprehensive plan put together by our town planners. This is what we put you in place for, is to protect these rules, these plans, and the movement of our town toward these plans. So please just keep them in mind as you look at this proposal. Thank you.
Did we try Jennifer Wagner? Okay. Jennifer Wagner online. If you would like to speak, you have the floor now. Ms. Wagner online, if you would like to speak, you have the floor now. Okay, at this point, we will consider the public hearing closed and move to the applicant's final presentation.
Thank you. We took as many notes as we could on most of the issues. I'm going to speak to many of the comments related to the plans, and then Russ Dykstra will speak more toward the Metro District legal issues. In no particular order, we have received a will serve letter from Triview Metro District for sewer and water. That letter that went to you reaffirmed that. Let's see, the only permitted issues, the only permitted uses are set forth in the approved PD sketch plan. That is this document right here that was approved less than a year ago. In that land use table, it sets forth all the different uses that are permitted within the Connexus property. And it also sets forth additional land use notes on the cover page. To be clear, this property was zoned planned industrial development for over 30 years, which included industrial, heavy industrial, and manufacturing. The Santa Fe Trail Crossing agreement was put in place 15 years ago, not only for the Connexus property, but all properties up and down Old Denver Road. Those set forth the number of crossings as well as the general locations of the crossings. The Connexus Phase 2 and 3 Sketch Plan PD, as I mentioned, was approved a year ago. And part of that criteria for the sketch plan PD was that it must have been deemed compliant with the comp plan in place in order for it to be approved. The sketch plan PD effectively downzone the property for less intensive uses than was previously allowed. We were complimented for doing so by many people. Permitted uses by the sketch plan, and I'm reading directly from the approved sketch plan, include light industrial use types, storage and distribution of products, manufacturing, processes of finished products from previously prepared materials, buildings used primarily for warehouse and distribution, and research and development facilities. Heavy industrial and light industrial have specific definitions in your code. Commercial uses included sale, rental, service, and distribution of goods and services, recreation, entertainment, hotels, motels, conference centers, and mini storage. Office types include administrative services, professional services, accessory services, and call centers. Civic uses, educational, recreational, cultural, medical, protective, utility, government. There's also a category called multi-use types: commercial, office, light industrial, and/or residential contained in the same building. And then high and medium density residential limited to 25% of each land use area. The code defines, and the sketch plan defines, medium density as 6 to 12 DUs per acre and high density as 12 to 20 DUs per acre. It also permits trails, open space, drainage, detention, and rights of way. Besides establishing the allowable land uses, the Connexus sketch plan PD also sets forth all the development standards which apply. It includes maximum building heights, setbacks, access points, and other criteria. So that's all set forth in the approved sketch plan PD. If I could ask Ms. Harrington to please go back to the graphic that shows the improvements proposed under the service plan, I would appreciate that. So that graphic effectively matches this comp sketch plan. Remember, it absolutely is the sketch plan, and we can have staff confirm that. Right there, we have moved the middle road to the eastern part of the boundary. The sketch plan is a guide plan. It sets forth, as I mentioned, where the utilities are, where the access points are, and then several other criteria.
Is over.
Thank you. I would also point out that this development application that many people are referring to applies to 92 in its current state, which is being revised by the applicant, 92 acres out of the total 170 acre Connexus plan or property. The improvements detailed in this specific portion of the service plan are public improvements, because that's all that's allowed to be included in a metro district. So that includes, again, sewer, water, storm sewer, detention, and public roadways. Those are what was measured and which estimates were prepared for using current unit costs and lineal footages. In terms of the revenue portion of the plan, when we showed warehouse distribution as a good chunk of that, of the good chunk of the buildings that will ultimately be constructed there or projected to be, everyone should note that the warehouse distribution buildings are the least valued buildings per square foot of all the uses allowed in here. So therefore, we took the most conservative approach possible. Not only did we say 33 mills, which is less than most metro districts are, but we also included uses that provided the least amount of projected assessed valuation for property taxes. You know, I will just say we didn't once interrupt anybody else on their comments. So thank you for allowing us to respond as well. The improvements detailed in the service plan show that specific infrastructure, which matches the same lineal footages as what's shown in the sketch plan. Somebody recommended forcing us to take 60 mills instead of 33 mills. That's the first time in my 30-year career I've ever heard that, but if that is something the board insists on, we won't use it, but if it makes everybody feel better, that's fine. In terms of all the traffic engineering comments and what standards apply and what turning radiuses are, yeah, this has to go through the entire development review process. Traffic engineers have to provide that information. Staff has to review it. It's all got to go through the entire process to ensure that all the standards are met. We're just not to that point yet, but they will have to be met in order for any development to go forward. Trying to cover multiple comments, so give me 1 second. Any developments that are approved have to come before the board and have to be determined to comply with the approved PD sketch plan and all applicable codes in effect at that time. There was a lot of discussion about the church, and the church went through the exact same process that any new projects or any new developments in the future phases of Connexus will have to go through. Zoning, PD, preliminary, final development plan, then building construction, final CDs, surety is posted for those improvements, and then it's got to be inspected by the town. So the church went through the same process that everything else out here will ultimately go through. No development improvements can occur on the site until a final development plan and engineered construction drawings and construction permits are issued. In terms of the 500-foot notice of the neighborhood meeting held, that was a voluntary neighborhood meeting. We weren't required to have that meeting, but we elected to do that. In doing so, we followed the town's criteria for noticing the residents, and approximately 10 town members showed up for that meeting. So that was a voluntary neighborhood meeting. We weren't required to have one for any preliminary development plans.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to conduct business here. Please be patient. Allow them their time. They allowed you your time. They are doing business with the board. They are not talking to you. They're answering your questions.
In terms of metro districts, or rather service plans being approved, in my 30-year career, most every metro district service plan is approved between land use and more site-specific plans. You all just approved one last August 2nd for Classic Homes, where they have a plan submitted, but it's not approved, and it's under review, but the metro district service plan was approved nonetheless. In terms of who holds, I believe if I understood the question properly, there was a question about who holds a performance bond and who issues the performance bond for the improvements. Well, who holds the performance bond is the town. And incidentally, it can be a bond, a letter of credit, cash, other forms of surety. Who issues the bond is typically a financial institution such as a bank or insurance company, or posting of cash that we post with the town. Those improvements are evaluated with the town. The cost estimates are provided using an engineering cost estimate that the town verifies, and that's the surety that has to be posted with the town before any public improvements can be started. We've heard multiple statements about donate some land for the school, donate some land for a park, and then the Santa Fe Trail location. So let me see if I can address some of those. So the commercial uses in this property will not generate any students, but they will continue to pay a very high level of property tax, which the school district will benefit from. So there will be substantial funds, which is, I believe, the highest line item on the property tax bill goes to the districts, even though it's generating no students. We are exploring donating 24 acres of land to the town for some public open space and or future park improvements for public use at the very north end of the property. We will continue to have those discussions, and we would like to do that and are open to doing that. In terms of the Santa Fe Trail locations, as I mentioned, those locations for the crossings were established about 15 years ago. There was some very extensive investigations about whether the trail should be relocated, if so, to where, alignments, etc. We did that with the town and with the county, and I will defer to the town staff on that. I believe it was determined that most people wanted it to stay in its current location, but I'll let town staff answer that. I'm going to have Russ answer the Metro District specific questions. Thank you.
Good evening again, board. I'll try to keep this short. Just for the record, there are 2,800 districts throughout the state of Colorado. Since 1990s, there have been 0 defaults that have encumbered a town, a city, or a county with the obligations of the district. Every bond document states in it very expressly that this is not an obligation of the town, it's solely an obligation of the district. For the 4 criteria of approval, first is sufficient existing projected need for organized service. As has been stated, there is no service on this property whatsoever. And as Mr. Chapman noted, it is very typical throughout the state that at this stage of development, district be put in place to help establish those improvements. It's been brought up, why do that now? The main reason is it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce a project of any sort, whether that be residential, commercial, retail, doesn't matter. Going through the process of entitlements just costs a lot of money. So much like buying a home, nowadays you go out and get pre-approved. You don't go buy $1 million house and then say, oh, I should have gotten the financing first. This is, as we've stated, strictly a financing tool. It's part of a greater picture of the funding needed for a project. It'd be foolish to go forward without knowing that those resources were. Second is there's not adequate service for the area within the district. As has been stated, there are no existing utilities. The town will not provide those services. Tri-View will not provide those services. $22 million is going to be funded by the district, not the town, not Tri-View. The third is service can be provided in an economical manner and service. The financial plan demonstrates very clearly that the district, the sketch plan level, without even knowing the exact dollars, and as Mr. Chapman stated, the assumptions in there are very conservative. They're done by a nationally known Piper Sandler company who issues bonds all over the country. They require at least 1.25% coverage for these assumptions. The last one is it has the financial wherewithal to discharge the debt that's proposed. And that same financial plan demonstrates that even with the conservative assumptions, it does have that capability. And I think it's important to note what happens if a district can't discharge its debt. First of all, before debt's even issued, the underwriters go through it with a fine-tooth comb. The bondholders go through it with a fine-tooth comb. Bond lawyers, everybody goes through that at a very conservative level to make sure that even in a worst-case scenario, they've got a reasonable expectation of being repaid. I'll look back at 08. What happened? Worst recession we've had in our lifetimes. A lot of districts had issued debt. A lot of districts were just being formed in anticipation of development. Not one of those became an obligation of the towns or cities that approved them. They either went active, as we call it, or if they had issued debt, that's the bondholder's risk. They wait until development occurs to get repaid. If development occurs slower or not at all, that's the risk solely of the bondholder. So I think it brings us to what are you voting on? You're voting simply on a financing tool that no matter what happens with this property will facilitate the public infrastructure that's needed. That's what we're here for tonight. The last question is, excuse me on that. I'd just like to point out that staff has recommended approval after thorough review, that we would ask for your approval tonight.
Okay, at this point, we will take questions. I don't think we will do that. This brings us to board deliberation. Questions for the applicant or town staff?
I wanted to clarify, Mr. Rivera, earlier. Were you trying to communicate that the preponderance of evidence, or however I should verbalize it, was or was not met?
I apologize for the confusion that I caused earlier. That's my fault alone. Let me start by kind of directing you to question your options. So 32.1.204.5 gives you three options: to approve the service plan as is, to deny the service plan, or to conditionally approve the service plan. In making that decision, you look to 32.1.203 A, B, C, and D, which are the four factors that you've been talked about. Is there a need for the services proposed by the district? Are the existing services inadequate for present and projected needs? Is the district capable of providing services to the area economically and sufficient? And will the district, or does the district, have the financial ability to discharge the proposed debt? Based on the evidence before you in the record, the packet, the testimony, the presentations, you're supposed to make a factual decision regarding those factors.
Other questions from the board?
I'll go ahead and start. When the sketch plan was approved, the gentleman read out such as medical offices, business offices, residential and apartments are on the PD plan. And I think if any of those had been brought up, it would have been okay. But considering the issues with the roads, considering the safety factor, I personally find that this is a burden to the city, town, and that it would be the benefit of the tax revenue would be far less than what the burden would be on the city through safety and those kinds of issues. So I feel like
Mic's on. I can't help but think that when the people that contributed to the service plan had awareness of the distribution houses that were planning to be put on this plot of land. In my mind, that makes me think the service plan really is catered to that type of project. And also, when the board came here, we were to approve a service plan or disapprove independent of any land use. But in thinking about the knowledge of the distribution center, the outside commercial company that has already named Monument on their website makes me think that there was previous knowledge. So how can I say that this service plan is ideal for whatever is placed in that plot of land? So we don't really know if the service plan is going to meet what goes there. Because in reading the comp plan, and I was on the board when we asked the town to contribute to the development of the comp plan, we got our citizens' input. Semi-trucks are not included in that plan. So when I think about potentially what could be coming down the road beyond the approval or disapproval of a service plan, anything that has to do with the semi in that area, to me, doesn't meet the comp plan. So I too would like to encourage the board to vote no.
I spent the last 4 days reading every ounce of the service plan and every part of the Colorado Revised Statute as to how they are formed and need to work legally. I've asked questions to town staff, to town attorney. I've spoken to people at the Community Matters Institute who deal with various areas of the comprehensive plan as well as metro districts. And I think you all did a disservice to yourself by allowing NES to come before the town's residents and pitch something that maybe you had no intention to develop. Granted, this is about the service plan, that the Metro District would be needed regardless of what the development is. But as to the point that someone brought up, they woke up a sleeping dragon or giant, this is all on the fault of your community involvement by your representative at NES, who showed rainbows and puppy dogs, and then the sketch plan and everything that we can't unsee is all warehouses, pollution, noise, smog, whatever. So I too hope the board does not approve this metro plan.
It is just quite obvious how the community feels and how this does not fit in the direction that you wish to go. So I also encourage a no vote.
I would like to say that I really appreciate every single person that has come to speak tonight. I love the community involvement, and I too will not vote for this.
I think the board has made it clear where we stand with the community, and I'll look to the board to make a motion.
I make a motion to reject the service plan.
Will you state the resolution number for the record?
Yes, so I make a motion to reject resolution 45-2021, a resolution of the town of Monument. Let's see. Well, it says here to approve the service plan. I will say to disapprove the service plan for the Connexus Commercial Metropolitan District.
I second.
Ms. Hogan, will you take roll?
Trustee Clark?
Yes, I disapprove.
Trustee Romanello?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elliott?
Yes.
Trustee Stevens?
Yes.
Trustee LaKine?
Yes.
Mayor Wilson?
Yes. That resolution is disapproved by a vote of 6-0. At this time, we will take another 10-minute recess.
Hey, this is Switek from Washington, D.C. I love you guys, man. Thanks for sticking up for us.
Thank you so much, Monument.
If we could, can you grab? I don't have anything. Yes. Yes, and I think that's all of them. I made a complete mess of all my paper. So. Test. Actually, we can't yet. I don't have any. I don't even have any sound. We don't have any sound. Well, we lost control of the trying to get it back. Nope. Test. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to everyone and all of our opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, will you mute any online people so we can finish up here? Okay, this takes us to the public comment portion of our board meeting. So if anyone would like to make public comment, we will allow 3 minutes for public comment. Okay.
Just want to thank and I'm sorry for the petting zoo comment. That was, I was hot, and I'm very sorry. I was thinking a lot about my family and what we have to do in this case, and I just talking to a lot of neighbors and things like that. And so that was wrong of me and inappropriate. And I intended to apologize regardless of how you voted, and I want you to know that. For that, I'm sorry. I do want to make it a point. I know that there are so many things that you were presented with on both sides, and legally you have to do what's right. And I've talked with many people about the town needing to do what's they're legally bound to, so they don't open themselves up to lawsuits, whether it's the methadone clinic or et cetera. And CIRSA is looking at you guys with a fine tooth comb, and I get that. And so I know the job that you have is hard, and being a public servant is hard, and I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful for the job that you do. There's 2 points that I do want to highlight real quick and then submit one thing. Brock Chapman, I think you're aware, and I know you see that there's a lot of people up here, including Steve Shuck, and I think Steve Shuck is a good man. I know the parties that he's run with, and I've run with similar groups as far as Parents Challenge and things like that. Steve Shuck's a good man. I don't know Brock Chapman, but when he said that map up there was part of the 2020 proposal, I think you're aware to know that it was not, and I would like to submit it to the record. that these actually were the plans with a road down the middle. And so when he was trying to present that to everybody and saying that's what it is, I know you guys know that that's aware, but I'd like to submit to the record, this is the actual one. And what he was doing at best was being inept, or he was just straight up lying. So I'd like to submit this to the record.
That can't be submitted to the record now, but it is on the recording for public record.
Cool, that works for me. And last thing, I'm grateful, and just to point out again with what Brock Chapman said, was when he said smaller businesses, office research development space that require distribution of goods by cargo vans and smaller trucks, but it says not semi trucks. He conveniently left that one out. And to me, that, again, I think, as I know you will be working with Chuck Chapman again, I hope that when you hear that, you all remember the type of man that Brock Chapman is. He is either giving you half truths or he's completely lying. So the next time he presents anything to you, my hope for you is for you to question his motive, because he, in front of every single one of us here, lied to our faces at worst, and at best tried to deceive. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment? Sir?
Hello. Hi, Rick Wilson. I moved here in 2016. First, I wanted to thank the Board of Trustees and you, Mayor, for being open-minded. I know you guys are going through Jim and I was talking after this meeting, and the Mayor Pro Temp was talking as well. Coming in here one way and leaving another way is a great thing. Being open-minded, and I appreciate that from all of you. That's the only way you can actually make government work. But as Jim and I was talking, we also need to marry up the process better, so we don't get in this situation again where the public has one view, the website is showing for the developer, hey, lease it already. It hasn't even been approved yet. But we need to have a better process to where we're not dealing with this situation again. And that's all I have to say, but I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to comment? Seeing none, I will close public comments and we will move on to board authorizations. Ms. Hogan.
Cultural Office of the Pikes Peak region has requested the board proclaim October as Arts Month on the September 20th meeting, and they also want to do a 5-minute video presentation.
Is the board okay with that on September 20th?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Adopting the 2020 model traffic code. Chief.
Yes, Mayor and Board, we'd like to bring in September the model traffic code from 2020, which will allow us to write municipal traffic citations based on the state's updated code. And for a little historical, I can turn it over to Commander Hudson, but that will be presented in September.
Did you have a specific, maybe I didn't hear it, which meeting in September?
I'll defer to Ms. Hogan on that.
To do it on the 20th of September.
20 September?
You could do it no earlier than that due to publication requirements.
So that'd be my recommendation.
Say it again.
20th. The 20th.
Okay. The 20th, okay with the board for that? Okay, that's good. Does the board have any authorization items? Okay. Does the board have any questions on the town manager report?
I'd like to just thank staff. They did an amazing job this month, as they always do.
Okay. Takes us to item 8, Board of Trustee comments. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 9, possibly the highlight at this point. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We are adjourned.